We are getting ready to play some Farming Simulator 19. We're on the Welkers map. It's actually a co-op map. We had Jenny and Tragic Trucker working here last night. Nobody else is on at the moment. It's just me. We are loading in. Gonna do a little work on the farm. Alright. Now, pretty sure we have sown the fields. Gotta get all my camera angles back up and back to normal. So bear with me one moment, please. Pretty much just gotta back them all up here. Alrighty, let me get chat up and running. We are good to go. We are going to need to accelerate time a little bit though. Let's go ahead and get this on 120. While that is a flying, we have $617,888 in the bank. We have paid off our loan. So our financials are looking pretty stable right now. Now, we did a little bit of construction yesterday, $80,000 worth of solar panels. Property income, $800. Not too shabs. Not too shabs at all. No loan interest anymore. Alright, let's go ahead and get our harvesters in place. Pretty much going to run through the neighbor's yard here. Crop damage is off though, so we don't have to worry about that. Alright. Field's coming in nicely. So what we need to do is we need to figure out where to next. So once I get this one in place, we are going to take a look at the map and see where we want to set up shop, because we don't really have a base of operations at the moment. We just have the two fields. That's a good spot for that one, actually. Excuse me, sorry for the sniffles. Good old western Pennsylvania weather. Gets me every time. Alright. Let's bring Big Bud into play. Big Bud. He's a beast. He is, in fact, a beast. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at the map here and see what we have in the way of options. Now, we currently own 15 and 16. The logical choice would be 14 for our next map. Jenny is pretty much trying to take this whole swath here. Trucker is up here at 10. So I think the long-term goal is to pretty much acquire all of this. I do want to go take a look at that spot on the map right there. Why there is a blank spot there, I don't know. Probably a lake, a little pond. let's go check it out. There's our 4 solar panels. Alright, so... oh, that was actually in 17. That's not the right field. It's all the way up the hill here. Is there a road back here? Sure enough. There's an access road back this way. Hello, 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 Miss Harley Quinn. How you doing, huh? Alright, so over here, there's a tree in the middle of this field. Why is there a random tree right here? It seems relatively wasteful, if you ask me. Putting poop in the silos. Right on. Fill them up. Taken out of context, that actually sounds kind of interesting there, Harley. But we know you're just talking about farming. Harley's got some cattle on the farm. Slop in the stalls, I would imagine. Alright, so we acquired 4 solar panels, which is really not much. But it's a start, and it's a little bit of residual income. Now, they didn't place all that well. This is pretty much the edge of my property, too. I wanted to put them out here so that they weren't in anything else's way. Now, it may be time to turn 15 and 16 into one field. Let's go take a look at 14 real quick. Make sure that is the next spot we're going to go for. At least the next field. Let's see what's growing over here. What do we have in here? We have potatoes. Ooh. I don't want any potatoes. Don't want potatoes at all. Alright, so 14, 707,000. I have 629. 18 is 593. That's 1.69. Wow. 13, 12. Wow, 14 is the next logical one. I can actually afford 18 already. Harley, how are the cows doing? That would bypass that one field. Put us down here. What do we have growing down here, though? Nothing? Harvested? Harvested. Alright, so that was oats. Hungry cattle, huh? May do that. Constantly want to be fed. Alright, so now if we acquire 18, start in on that, but that is a weird shaped lot. But that's okay. I think we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger and buy that. Alright, so we have acquired 18. Which means we need to sow 18. Get something going on down there. Ah, right on. Doesn't allow you to slaughter them though, does it? Or are you just selling them for meat? What's up, Galaxy? How you doing, buddy? Alright, we got a little moon set going on over there. Now I think what I'm going to have to do here, I'm going to have to do a little bit of landscaping because I want to even off this field a bit. So let's do just a scotch of landscaping here. Alright, so I actually want to paint. We want to change the shape. And then ground type. Alright, we want to change the radius. We want that bigger. I don't actually want... let me actually... Hold on a second here, guys. Before I let time get away from me too far. Let's get back to real time. Get the harvesters going. Fire you off. Fire you off. What were you doing staying up all night long, Galaxy? That's not good. Starting to turn into me. Alright, so we are going to change ground type. First off, we will straight line this one real quick. Need to make it one bigger. It's not going to let me do what I want to do here, guys. Alright, so let's go ahead and pretty much just want to clean up all of this so that it doesn't try and accidentally plant anything. Really not a big fan of the landscaping tools in this game. Not the most effective stuff in the world. He won't even let me touch that. Camera angles are always wonky. Alright. So we've at least got that going. Alright on. Again, happy birthday. Glad you're doing good in school too. Alright, so we are going to plant we're going to plant soy in this field. Just to be different. Anytime, anytime. Alright, harvesting the canola. Now what we do not have is a plow. We're going to have to acquire a plow in the very near future. And probably a small tractor with which to use it. But what I want to do here Alright, so we're going to want to put a selling station down this way. One may say over yonder. Pretty much want it as close to the edge of the property as I can get it. That'll work. And then we want to actually, we're going to sell the other one eventually, but not the now. Your equipment on the other map? I don't know what happened to it. I don't know what happened to it at all. Don't know what you're talking about. Not a clue. Alright, so we're going to let that plant. We're at 50% on that one, 57% on this one. They're both harvesting canola though. Down to $19,000, guys. I think we're going to have to go and gonna have to unload real quick. Always get a little twitchy when that number drops below 20,000. Yesterday I was down to 5. But I had paid off the loan, so I'm debt free now. It's always nice. The only thing I have to worry about is fuel expenditures and seed cost. And honestly, with 2 harvesters going at it for canola. Should be okay for a little while. Don't really have to worry about that. I would like some money to build though. Plane flying overhead. There it goes. Oh, we're sub 19,000 now. Let's fix that. Not really a big fan of doing small harvest, but $26,000 harvest is not too shabs. Okay, that harvester is at 3%. Yeah, the prices on Welkers is pretty high. Pretty high. But they're all big and flat, so most of them are fairly straight too. There are a couple odd ones though. Alright, 44,000 in the bank. Yeah, one is definitely a really weird shaped one. And high dollar. Very, very high dollar. Alright, let's see what we get on the harvest here. 26.5. For some odd reason, I'm not being very good at being patient right now. Alright, so I'll get another 7 grand for selling the station. Let's look at 59,000 for a Fiat. And then for the plow, $8 for the Tetra. That was just 1 meter. Alright, well, we're going to buy the Tetra. And we are going to buy the Fiat. This is just going to be our little tooling around guy. Doing a whopping 15 miles an hour here, guys. 15 miles an hour. Just blazing. I think this is going to be my next acquisition, is this lot over here. Because what I will do with that is I will put a base of operations and kind of like a little homestead here, but I can also start the logging operations. Maybe even bring in some critters. Gotcha. There's definitely a decent amount of timber on this land. Is there a building back there? Saving content. Game is paused. There is a building back there. Alright, we'll have to go check that out. In the meantime, there's some sheds back there as well, Harley. I think this would be a good place for a stable for some critters. Yeah, well, you have to start out low. You turn that into the off-road park. Nice. Why do I get the feeling if we ever have you play it on the map, you'll end up driving around in road rage doing jumps and stuff like that, just like we do. I think you're gonna fit right in. Just crawling. Yeah, the Fiat's not good for speed, that's for sure. This is not the speediest of vehicles. Oh, look at that, guys. I'm down to $1,800. Talk about making Big Papa Timo nervous. Nervous in the service. Alright, so let's park the Fiat for a second. Let's go unload a harvester or two. I get this strange feeling I'm going to go into debt for a few minutes. I don't think I'm going to get back there before that breaks. I might. Because it's always my goal not to be in debt. Don't like hitting the negatives. I'm definitely skirting that fine edge of bankruptcy at the moment. Oof, $1,000, guys. Under $1,000. Get rescued by 8,000 canola. Sitting there watching that number tick down. 800. Helper G has a nearly full grain tank. Good, because Big Papa Timo needs the money. Back up to 20,000. Nice. Hopefully that never happens again. Aim for the financial stability in the game because I can't achieve it in real life. Go unload this one, and I will let the harvesters do their thing for a few while I get the fiat. Blazing this path between these two fields. Then I will sell off of this particular selling station. Gotta go for symmetry. Can't have a oddly shaped field with a little bump out in the middle right there. Gets in the way. Alright, back up to 50 grand. I feel better. Big Bud. Gotta move this tractor. Get that out of Big Bud's way. Big Bud wants to go to work. Yeah, you can fill it up and drive right next to him. Alright, let's get Big Bud planting. Actually, let's wait on Big Bud, because Big Bud will plant this section too. Alright, lower plow, allow create fields. Have added little Mr. Fiat. Two passes should do it. Again, the Fiat is not the fastest, but it is a very reliable little vehicle. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to connect the two, make them one big field. Prep for this whole side of the area being one big long field, and then when I acquire that lot of land next to me, 17, 14, 15, 16, and then that little sliver 17 will all be part of one field. And then 17 and 18 I'll connect together as well and make that long section all one part. And then that little bottom bump out, probably turn that into hay, a grass area, since it's oddly shaped. Start collecting hay and straw for when I do livestock. Now my debate is whether or not I'm going to do chickens first or jump right into pigs or cattle. I haven't done pigs yet, haven't done cattle, so that'll be something new. Now the timber farm's going to be that green area below section 1. That's where I'm going to do timber, or at least that's the plan. Big Papa Timo does like his timber farms. Now I will keep this barrier between these two sections of fields as a turnaround and probably turn it into a little road or something. Of course it had to go one block further than I wanted it to. Yes, I realize I'm taking out a row of canola. No worries. Still got 48,000 in the bank. I'm okay. Alrighty. That's the other reason I bought the Fiat. I'll put the tree planter on the back a bit, because it just trudges right along. I can grow on part of it, not all of it though. I can take about half of it is mine, but I would have to plow it. I want to keep that line between them because I would like to keep separate fields. 14, 15, 16 is going to become one big field though, and that'll just be one crop. And now that I'm connecting these, I will probably start harvesting this the opposite direction. So I'll go north to south instead of east to west. Alright, now before I sell off that selling station, let's go unload some harvesters. In the Galaxy, in the real world, this is how they offload these things. They don't normally stop. Because when you stop a harvester, you basically lose a lot of production time. Time is money. Most farmers don't own their own combines either. They normally hire people to harvest their fields for them. Those pieces of equipment are expensive. Now Harley, you showed me the picture of the doghouse and the dog. So you basically just buy the doghouse and it'll attract a dog? Or does it come with a dog? Do you get to choose the dog? Or is it just totally random? I have questions. I need to know. Alright, now I'm going to use this selling station one last time. Comes with that exact doggo? Right on. Does the dog do anything? Does it run around? Does it follow you? Does it jump in the truck? There's so much they could have done with dogs. Should probably be a little bit more realistic and stop. Oh, that's the edge of the map. Look at that. That's interesting. Who'da thunk it? It's just pulling my cedar. All right, so let's back you up here for a second here, buddy. Get a little further away from the edge of the map. There we go. Now you can finish. Excuse me. That's pretty funny. There goes my realism. Alright, let's go to garage. Selling station. No, not that one. Want to keep that one. We want to sell this one. Alright, so we will sell that for $73.95. Yep. Okay. Alright, little Mr. Fiat. Time to plow it under. You can play fetch with the puppers? Nice. Gonna have to get a dog. Oops. Too far. Alright, now we need to take the little Fiat over the side of the map there. Kind of want to put the doghouse down now, but I want to wait till I have a proper place to put him. Yeah, see, this could all be timber over here. Right, that edge of the map's a little creepy. It's reminding me of the Truman Show. Alright, so let's get Big Bud started on the far side. We're going to do this a little goofy here. Alright, what do you guys think I should plant this time? Alright, I've not set up the plant corn yet, but nice try. So Galaxy loses on the corn. I guess the smart thing to do would be saving content. Game is paused. Checking prices. Alright, what do we got? Barley, canola. Soybeans is up there, 2,300. Ooh. What am I planting? I don't want to plant grass. What are you doing planting grass? Jeez. Alright, time to go back and restart that one. Big Bud. What's going on, pimpin'? How you doing, buddy? How's my favorite pirate? Yeah, I'm gonna do soy. Soy is gonna be the way to go. I'm not a big fan of Big Bud, but he is kind of growing on me here. I'm starting to like this tractor. He is just a straight up beast. Alright, so Big Bud is on the move. While Big Bud is doing that, I'm going to go unload this first harvester. Give that other harvester time to get to the end of that row, and then I'm actually going to redirect the other harvester to finish off the other side of this field so that Big Bud can just continuously plant and get right to the next side. Consolidation of operations. I found a good base spot on survival. So the funny thing was I found a really nice lushy on my permadeath save for the Pirates Challenge that I really want to build a base on because it has like the floating plateaus and everything else like that. So I was looking around and my first base is up on top of one of those plateaus, so I'm actually going to build my base up there. Now when you say sky bases, can they be ours? Or do they have to be another player's? Alright, Galaxy, get some good rest. We will see you around, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. And this is the harvester we want to redirect. So let's get this one unloaded. Alright. We are going to jump in a party with Reaper real quick. Bear with me, guys. Gonna blue screen for 1 minute. Alrighty. What's up, buddy? Well, maybe not. Maybe not yet.
What's up, buddy?
There he is.
Yeah, I've been having trouble with this headset.
Ruh-roh.
It keeps making squealing sounds and shutting off on me.
That's not good. That's not good at all.
Sounds like there's dial-up in my ear.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's never any fun.
It's a really expensive headset, too. So what have you been up to, man?
Sleeping.
Sleeping?
I slept. Slept again today.
Nice.
It's 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
It's quite nice, actually. Quite nice. I do enjoy a good sleep every now and again.
I got you.
So other than that, I'm on Welkers.
I see that. I saw you did a little Welkers live stream.
Yeah. Pimpin' Plays says howdy Reaper.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
I am streaming as we speak.
Ah.
Figure I'd be nice and throw up a stream for Harley. I know how she goes. Even though she was playing when I started the stream, I know she's going through withdrawal. So, but yeah, this is it's an interesting map in a very flat, square kind of way.
Yeah.
I'm a little creeped out by the edge of the map. Reminds me of the Truman Show.
I have found something I'm not too fond of on that map.
What's that?
The prices.
Yeah, the prices on the land are a bit steep.
And the sell price for stuff is not steep. It's actually pretty bad.
Well, for such a bland map where all you have is flat sections, it's, it's not all that bad.
I was figuring it up earlier, and I bought fields 15 and 16.
Okay.
Because they were the most reasonably priced.
That's what I bought.
And it takes me roughly 2 hours, a little bit over, to go through a growth cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's harvest, plant, repeat. That's 2 real-time hours, and the return is only about $200,000.
What are you planting that you're only getting 200,000?
Soybeans. My sell price for soybeans is right around 1,300.
Oof.
Yeah.
Soy right now for me is about 2,100.
On Welkers?
Yep.
Well, damn.
So maybe it's just the timing of your season. I mean, I know it's not seasonally based, but I know the algorithm does take into account things like that.
It might be.
So we're going to get little Mr. Fiat here, plowing another thing. Yeah, Harley is still playing.
What's up, Harley?
We're doing the stream so that while you play, you can get a stream in too, so that you can see double duty of farming action here. That way, hopefully, get you through the night.
I threw up a stream for Harley yesterday.
I saw that.
Yeah, it didn't end very well.
Did you fall off the edge of the map or something?
No, actually, one particular viewer that I will tell you about off.
Oh
stream.
Yeah, I heard. So
yeah,
we'll discuss. We shall discuss.
I was quite shocked.
Harley says her soy is running at 2,700 right now. So apparently, it's just the Welkers don't like you.
Apparently so.
You know, you must have rubbed them the wrong way on a previous soybean transaction.
I think I'm gonna have to start that map over.
It's quite possible too. Oh, sounds like you're eating. What are you eating?
I'm eating sausage biscuits and gravy and eggs.
Ooh. We were talking about steak and eggs earlier. I know you're not eating steak and eggs, but when you said eggs, I thought steak and eggs.
Yeah.
So I want steak and eggs.
I had this, I picked up this locally made sausage here 3 or 4 days ago. And I wanted to do something with it. I decided to make some sausage gravy with it.
Nice. Now, when you say locally made, I'm assuming it's one of the local butcheries nearby?
Yes.
Which one is it?
Palumbo's.
Palumbo's. Good meats. Good meats.
Oh, yeah.
Good choice. We do, we get a whole bunch of meat from Palumbo's for Penzic Wars, the 2-week-long SCA event.
Nice. Now, I am rather disappointed that they used to have one right close, and they closed it, so I have to drive about 35 minutes to get to Palumbo's now. They decided that having 2 stores wasn't working out.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they figured out that people would travel to them. So keep the profitable location, get rid of the other one.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Consolidate the business. We were talking debt consolidation earlier because I paid off my loans for the game. I'm debt free. I got down to $800.
Oh, did you?
It was rough. Because I bought the Fiat and a little $8,000 plow just so I could combine some fields and add a little strip here, and didn't want to spend a lot of money on it, obviously, because I don't really plan on doing a lot of plowing on this map.
Yeah.
But I was down to about 80 thou for about, $60,000 tractor and an $8,000 plow, and I'm like, that's okay. That leaves me couple grand in the bank. And then I remembered that I was actually planting at the time, and price of soy seeds digs in pretty quick when you're running 2 terminators at the same time, double planting fields. So I have 2 tractors and 2 sowers and 2 harvesters and 2 tractor trailers, and
that's actually what Trucker and I were talking about, because he joined my farm as a
contractor.
Yeah, as a contractor, and that was our next step, was to get 2 of everything.
I'm thinking that's what we're going to have to set up at some point in time, is just one big cooperative farm where everybody has roles and a part to play. Have one farm manager and a bunch of contractors, basically. And
if we could find a map like Welkers that the property values weren't quite so high, that would kind of be the perfect map.
Well, the other thing you could do is you could do it on Welkers, but set some rules for the whole thing. Where we set up 2 or 3 farms at the beginning, transfer the money, and start with, do like a $5 million seed farm, where it's just, the starting capital is 5 mil, go from there, to account for the higher property values and such.
I gotcha.
As long as you set those parameters from the beginning, it's not really, gaming the system or cheating. It's just utilizing a tool in game to start the values that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And I think if we had multiple people working on the same farm on this map, the other big benefit, I mean, starting Welkers with the starting equipment alone.
Yeah.
I mean, you start with almost $1 million worth of equipment. Actually, you do start with $1 million
I was
worth
going
of
to say,
equipment.
yeah, there was $1 million.
The two big buds alone are just shy of $1 million. Now, I also had to sell off one of my big buds because, you know me, I'm not a big fan of big bud, but the big bud is growing on me.
I actually sold both of mine in favor of a case.
See, that's the thing. I bought a case to replace the one big bud, and I regret that decision.
See, I don't like... If I'm going to be controlling it a lot, I'm not a fan of the articulation.
I'm not a fan of the articulation either, and this is why I actually don't like the case as opposed to the big bud. Is the case that I got as an articulated tractor.
Ah.
And it articulates and turns so fast. It is so annoying. Whereas Big Bud, while an articulated tractor, is sedate about it. You know, he doesn't just suddenly go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Harley, the contracts do pay fairly well for some of them. Others, not so much. Like Field 1 came up last night for potatoes. And it was a $90,000 harvest contract. That's a huge field for potatoes.
Yeah.
And a very odd shape. What's going on, Tragic? Welcome, welcome. Pimpin says he would come out and help if he had the game. Well, you know, there's a simple solution to that, Pimpin.
Yeah,
PlayStation Now, $9.99 a month, and you get access to this game. Or you could go out and buy it for $782,000, because that's what it cost in the PlayStation Store.
Are you serious?
Now it's actually I think the game's currently full price in PlayStation Store, so it's $59.99 for Farming Simulator 19, and the Platinum Edition I think is still $80.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So now one thing I did see is that Conan Exiles on the PlayStation Store is only $20.
Oh. Interesting.
And Tragic, you be careful out on the roads, man. Those Midwestern ice storms, they are no joke. No joke.
Yeah, I was looking for Tragic earlier. I was on our map, and then I remembered he took off yesterday, or this morning.
We can turn Pimpin into a soybean pirate.
There we go.
Although piracy is entirely possible in this game if you're a contractor. We have figured out that you can get paid for somebody else's stuff.
Speaking of getting paid for somebody else's stuff, there is a glitch on that map. I only found it, well, I only saw it on the south side of field 16. If you're running your harvester, you can actually get almost half ahead of fields, whatever, field 17, I think that is.
Yeah.
You can harvest almost half ahead, but your workers won't do it.
Now you gotta do it yourself and swipe the neighbor's crops.
Yep. Alejandro will do a lot, but he won't steal for you.
Right on. Well, Alejandro is an honest guy. Oh, I think I might have just gotten this tractor stuck.
How? What's that, buddy?
Well, I put in a selling station.
Ah.
And it raised up this one corner a little bit, and I didn't realize that. There we go. Got unstuck. So I'm going to have to level that out a little bit.
So, I bounced around from game to game today after After I finished adulting. Spent half
Adulting
my
is
day
never
in the
fun.
Yeah, I spent my half my day in the DMV.
Oh, that's always never fun.
Yeah. But anyway, I jumped on Farming Simulator for a while, played some Kerbal, and then I jumped into our multiplayer 7 Days to Die map.
Yeah. Did you get your bag back?
I did. And then I did some stuff around, finished the roof, and I don't know, somehow I died. I was out cooking, and I was on the roof. I made sure I was fed and clothed, or fed and, wasn't hungry, wasn't thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow I died. And because it automatically logs you back in, I died repeatedly.
I'm thinking you might have gotten attacked by a bee. We have had bees out there.
I'm thinking you may be right.
That's the only thing I could think of that would get you on top of a roof if there's no zombies spawn up there when you come back in.
Yeah. I did figure out how they got into base. They actually busted through the supply room.
Not surprising. Not surprising at all. Now, of course, they will also spawn inside the base. We've had this discussion before.
Yep.
So we will have to be wary of that. We do have to get that map up and running. Have you been running the time on it accelerated?
I have.
Okay.
I have. I'm up to day 47.
Okay. So we should be just about good. Anything glitchy other than the zombies that are killing you while you're not there?
No, I haven't blue screened once.
Nice. So it might be time to do some more late night, date night with zombies.
Yeah.
I have been going through a little bit of zombie withdrawal.
Well, there's plenty of zombies here. Even without the nightmare difficulty.
Yeah, we definitely picked a good spot for lots of zombies, that's for sure. So, you ready for tomorrow?
No.
No?
No. I have to log in and check to make sure that, excuse me, I don't need anything on that account.
Now, which save are you using tomorrow?
I think I'm going to use my survival save.
Alright.
Because that one should have the freighter that I just got. So I can get some frigates.
Right on. If you guys are wondering what we're talking about tomorrow's mid-lunch crisis. Reaper's going to do some focus on some freighters and frigate information.
It'll be all kinds of fun tomorrow.
Yeah. Alright, Big Bud, where are you going here? Are you gonna tap the back side of this, or? There you go, North Coast, there was your quote for the day. Is Big Bud gonna tap the back side of that? Giggity. Alright, so I have 3 pieces of machinery all coming to confluence here. Alright, so we're going to stop Big Bud for a moment. I'm going to stop Helper B for a moment. Back him up. Let this other harvester pass. Turning 15 and 16 into one big field at the moment.
Ah, gotcha. I thought about doing that.
Well, it made sense. And I'm eventually going to pick up 14 as well. I have not yet. But that's the next one. What I did though is I picked up 18 on the bottom for the additional income so that I can acquire 14 next, and then once I have all 4 of those, I figure a single harvest off of all 4 of those fields should give me enough for 17. And then I will have that whole lower left-hand corner.
I don't know if I'm going to buy 14 just on principle. Just because it's exactly the same size as 15 and 16, but it's twice as expensive.
It's because it has road access. Dual road access.
I was going to say, 15 and 16 have road access.
Yes, but you have to drive up to 14's road to turn.
That road access isn't worth that much.
Yeah, real world stuff it sure is. Especially harvest time. Less wear and tear on the vehicles if you can do your unloads on an actual tar and chip road. You should know all about the tar and chip roads. Come on, brother. I actually saw a funny meme today that reminded me of you. It's about PennDOT and years of neglect on the roads, and how their solution to it was kind of like the Flex Seal thing, plug in the hole, and that's tar and chip.
Ah.
So, years and years of neglect, and how do they fix it? Tar and chip.
See, tar and chip gets a bad name.
Well, it does, because PennDOT does stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, we've actually got a road here, like the road to get to my laser shop is, I mean, it's a paved road and everything, but every year they tar and chip it to help maintain the road, and it's
That's
fine.
What you're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they do it every season.
You can usually get away with rotation of about every 3 years with tar and chip on a secondary road.
Yeah, it's not bad for that. But yeah, when PennDOT starts using it as a stopgap method to fix years and years of neglect and potholes that are big enough to swallow a Volkswagen Bug.
Yeah.
It's gonna get a bad rap.
Well, that, and people always complain about it. Oh, it ruins my car. First of all, no, it doesn't. Second of all, you wouldn't have that problem if you'd actually do the speed limit.
That's also true. Now, granted, having a peel tar off your car does suck, but you know, the other thing is if you didn't try and drive on the road while they're doing the tar and chip and give it a little while.
Yeah, well, not
people
only
are
that,
impatient.
But if it's done correctly, you can actually follow right behind us and never get any tar on your car.
Well, that's assuming it's done correctly.
Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming you are a private contractor and not a PennDOT contractor.
Yes.
Yeah, see, so you're probably doing it correctly. PennDOT, on the other hand, not so much. You guys might notice I have no love for Pennsylvania's Department of Transportation. Holla, what's up, Mary Lizzie? How you doing, hon? What are you up to tonight? Hopefully your hands are feeling better. Any progress from the pain clinic? Alright, let's get these two harvesters going again. You playing Conan tonight, hon? Oh, I just realized it's 11:45. It's already late. Of course, that happens when you sleep till 9 o'clock at night. Of course, that happens when you don't go to bed until noon. Why did Bepples have to go to bed early? Where did she get off doing something like that? So selfish of Bepples. Alright, so let's get another swipe going on with the Fiat. Oh, 14-hour shift at the new job. That sucks. Gainful employment, always a good thing. 14-hour shifts, not so much.
I had to fire up my laptop.
What's up with the laptop?
Apparently it come unplugged and the battery was dead.
Oops.
Bethels left us early last night, too. I was hanging out with her and Mary last night.
Right on. Invisible platforms, always fun. So did you get Deavante killed at all today? Taking him into dungeons he has no business being in?
Oh, I found out last night that's not how Deavante usually dies.
He died of hunger. Repeatedly. Mary pulled up the log and there were like 7 instances of Deavante dying of hunger. I was like, you know, come on guys, can't you feed Deavante? Let him have some of his own damn cookies?
Oh, see, last night it was death by player.
Death by player, like other player?
Yeah, like Mary kept slicing him in half.
Oh. Well, he was getting a little close to Mary while she was swinging that giant battle axe of hers. Alright, so I might not like what I just did here.
I meant to tell you, I haven't actually talked to you since, but on the 28th, Bethels and Mary and gang are having a fundraiser for Bethels.
Right on. What does Bethels need?
Well, she needs her bills paid, actually.
That's understandable.
I believe it was she's got this new job, but she doesn't get paid for 2 weeks, and bills are due, and she just became a single mom. You know, so...
So she's got some real life shit going on that needs attention.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So, we're going to have to show her some love on the 28th.
We will definitely have to figure something out. Helper H has a full grain tank. Well, let's go help Helper H out there. Let's rectify that situation. Meanwhile, Big Bud just chugging along.
Well, that was a good time to exit anyway. I did actually just blue screen.
Alright, so I don't want to get too personal on stuff, but she just became a single mom, meaning she just had a child, or she just got rid of the father of one of her children? for the father of her child. Ooh, drunken dungeon crawling.
Ooh.
Do a shot for every time Davante dies in a dungeon he shouldn't be in.
The stream would last 15 minutes. Sorry, Davante.
Well, as long as we could get the liquor to loosen up some wallets, that would be fine.
Well, that's just not cool. Mary said that he wants a separation but not a divorce. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. You can't have your cake and eat it, too.
Probably doesn't want to pay for the lawyer for the divorce. Lawyers are not cheap. Lawyers suck.
Yeah, true story.
I say that with lots of love in my heart for the two attorneys that I have in my family. I have a brother and a sister that are lawyers, but lawyers suck.
What's up, William Wise?
What's going on, buddy? All right. $28,000 harvest. Not too shabs.
So I did get a chance to talk to my wife today.
Always good to talk to your wife at least once a day. They appreciate that.
Yeah. I don't know why, but
sometimes they appreciate not being spoken to as well, but
generally that's my wife. But I mentioned the studio idea.
Yeah.
And I think we have a...
Have you reached consensus?
Yeah, sort of, kind of plan.
Does it involve you going to the Amish and buying a shed and getting the hell out of the house and setting up a studio out back?
No.
Oh, then you're ahead in the game.
Yeah. No, it involves the spare storage room that I was telling you about. I think we figured out what we can do with a lot of the stuff in there. I don't know about everything, but the majority of the stuff that would be in my way.
Gotcha. And what is the general consensus?
We're gonna put some of the stuff in bins and put it up in the attic. I think some of it can go in the basement. Stuff that doesn't necessarily doesn't have to be watertight, because our basement is wet.
Gotcha, Mary. Yeah, the dissolution without divorce proceedings is a lot simpler for a lot of things, but yeah, you normally do have to be separated for a year before you can go for that. You file for reconcilable differences. Now, one of the problems that I've always come across with other people that try a similar method for getting out of a marriage, custody. Dissolution of marriages does not take into account child custody in any way, shape, or form, so they're probably going to run into a problem with kids. That's unfortunately going to probably divorce proceedings in one way, shape, or form.
Well, they can actually do custody beforehand.
That is true. You can the agreement beforehand.
Yeah, you can, at least here in Pennsylvania, one does not have to require the other.
It is just me in here, Trucker. If you want to jump in, you've got land on this map. Saving content. And I have not added any more mods since last you played. But there's Tragic's little plot of land up there. Did not burn it down yet. Zeno, what's going on, buddy? Just thinking about you a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
We were talking about the 7 Days to Die map. And of course, Zeno was one of our, and is one of our biggest Horde Night fans.
Oh, you're gonna love this one, Zeno. It is horde night every night.
Pretty much. Oh, Big Papa Timo's gonna have to do some maintenance on some vehicles. Looks
That's
like Big
another
Bud's
thing.
down to 25%.
That's another thing I noticed when I was in there today. Uh, the the maintenance is going to go down really fast. Like the equipment that I bought yesterday, we did it. We planted and harvested twice, and it was down below 50%.
Now, the funny thing was Jenny tried out all the different buildings that you can do, all the sheds,
Mm-hmm.
and we found you can actually get 4 cars up on the lift.
Oh, nice.
You have to squish them, where you put one car on the lift, put another one below it, and then drop the lift down on top of it.
Ah,
And it
gotcha.
tries to pancake the thing, but then when you lift the lift again, both cars
takes-
go up,
Oh, nice.
and then you put a tractor trailer tail end underneath that and do it again. And it worked. We had the Lizard pickup, we had the Scarrock, we had Jenny's tractor trailer and Tragic's tractor trailer in there. Tragic
Nice.
Trucker joins the server.
Trucker, I did in fact see your message last night that Mama Trucker okayed 7 Days to Die. I was
But
actually
not Conan. He's not allowed to play Conan Exiles.
No, he is not.
Synchronizing data with other players, 10%.
I kind of checked out last night. Excuse me. I was playing with Galaxy and Trucker, and I was trying to keep chat going with them, and I was in Discord chat with Mary and Beffels, and unfortunately Mary and Beffels won over Trucker and Galaxy, so I backed out of the game. I actually put on a movie. I watched 6 Underground last night.
Okay. I have no idea what that is. Now, Mary, see, you guys had the opposite effect on Big Mama Timo. I was watching your stream that one night when you all were trying on the different outfits, and my wife picked up on the hoochie comment, the hoochie clothes. She thought it was funny.
Alright. Speaking of hoochie, you missed a good one last night.
I missed a good
Yeah.
hoochie.
Mary and Beffels both got naked.
I miss out on all the fun.
And not just down to their underclothes. There was a whole lot of boobs going on last night.
Well, Mary was going around trying to get the, she was bonking people on the head when I was watching her last night, picking up new thralls. And that one, the one alchemist was running around topless. I think it was the alchemist or the herbalist or something like that. I hate to say it, but you know, animated boobs don't really excite me at all. I mean, I'm a big fan of boobs, don't get me wrong. I'm a very, very big fan of boobs. But animated ones, not so much.
Not so much.
Alright, so we are down to the nitty-gritty on this particular field. I think it is time to fire up the other cedar sower. Come at it from the opposite end. Again, North Coast missing out on some good quote material. Well, I mean, it's a Conan title, so you kind of expect partial nudity. It's kind of like with 7 Days to Die, you expect zombies' heads exploding. Oh.
Which I am getting pretty good at with a sniper rifle. making their heads explode.
Now, if you're talking about doing a topless dungeon crawl while drinking, are we talking real life topless or in-game topless?
We're gonna need camera verification.
Alright, I forgot what I'm planting here, guys. What am I planting in this field? Soy? I think I was doing soy. Yep, doing soy. What Mama don't know won't hurt you. Maybe at that moment.
Yeah, until you get home.
Until she finds out, and then she might hurt you even more. In-game, don't have a webcam.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, wait, what's today? Today's the 23rd. We got 5 days to get our webcam over there.
We can
Amazon
overnight.
Same day.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can same day at the Iowa. That's no problem.
Trucker's out that way. Trucker, take Mary a webcam. It's probably only like a 10-hour difference from where you need to be and delivering her a $40 webcam, but it's boobs, dude. It's boobs.
Yeah.
Totally worth it. Sad thing is, I've known people to drive like 10 hours just to see boobs. We'll duct tape it to the top of the monitor if we have to.
Yeah. We can get you one with a little clip so you can clip it onto the monitor.
Or Trucker can just stand there and hold it for us.
Yeah. Husbeast won't mind.
Now, actually, it's kind of funny. You ask if that wouldn't that violate YouTube's terms of service? Technically, no. You set your channel as mature audience only, have the verification of 18 and above warning, and you can in fact show nudity on YouTube now. Just has to be mature content warning and explicit. I was rather surprised when I was watching a music video of all things that had full frontal nudity in it.
Oh wow!
Now it wasn't. It's got to be pretty specific on the type of content. It's not like you're going to see Game of Thrones style scenes or something like that on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a little surprised that full frontal nudity was in a video on YouTube. And they're basically going to use the change in the COPPA regulations to allow that type of material on there. They know they're losing money, and it's definitely against Twitch's terms of service. So a lot of the Twitch streamers, the people that get banned from Twitch or get their accounts blocked, like that one girl, what's her name, Amaranth? She does some fairly explicit stuff on her streams, and Twitch keeps popping her with terms of service violations. She's all ready to go because that's where the money's at. Now, I don't know how well they'll let you just sit there and do a topless show. But, yeah. I could shoot you a link to a video. It's not tasteless or anything. Actually, the video that it's from, it's surprisingly appropriate that there's some nudity, because it's the content of the song is about kind of a stalking type of aspect. It's actually a cover of Alanis Morissette's Uninvited by a band called Red Sun Rising, which they did a phenomenal cover on that song. Now, it's kind of weird to hear a man sing that song, given that it is very... Um, the content matter was specifically towards one of Alanis's real life experiences. But hearing a man sing the song was I thought it would be really weird, but the artist that performs it has a really good voice for it, and it doesn't sound wrong. But the video was actually really good. The video was really well shot, very tasteful. Wasn't smutty in anything else. Your lawn guy shows up now to shovel snow below your sidewalks at 11 p.m. How much snow do you have on the ground?
It's either really good or really bad.
Yeah. Ironically, when I was working for a landscaping company, I have done people's lawns and driveways at 11 o'clock at night. They're going to hit. Boop. Boop. Alright. Off you go.
Well, take it easy, Zeno. Thanks for stopping in, buddy.
Hey, man. Keep an eye out. We're going to be having the Returned to Late Night with Zombies real soon. So keep an eye out on those notifications. You know, we might have to do that tomorrow. Friday night Return to Zombies.
Now, I won't be available Saturday night. And Saturday is my company Christmas party.
Oh.
And it is definitely one of those you don't want to miss it kind of events.
Gotcha.
Last year, the stuff they gave away like $10,000 worth of stuff. And we only have 120 people that work there.
It's always nice when small companies take care of their own.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a 65-inch TV. They had a 4-day vacation somewhere in Florida. I can't remember where. Pirates tickets, cash, all sorts of stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, it was definitely a good time.
Alright, that harvester is unloaded. Time to send him up the hill here. Let's get the other harvester unloaded. It's freaking out your cat. Oh, you know. Maybe if the cat went out and shoveled the lawn.
Yeah.
Or shoveled the walk. Trucker, did you say you're waiting on a hookup? So you have like a temporary break before you gotta ship back out again, or are you done for the evening?
I suppose I could invite him into chat, couldn't I?
You could, but you know, then we'd have to talk to Trucker.
Yeah.
There's a downside to everything. It's good points and bad points. Oh, you're done for the night? Are you home? Or are you at
No.
the transfer station? There he
No,
is, Mr.
Mr.
America.
no, I'm at the DC. I stay here for 2 weeks, and then I'll go home for 2 or 3 nights.
Oh, that's a rough life.
I know it is. I used to do that.
No, I can't really talk because I mean I go out to events and I'm gone for 16 days at a time and all sorts of fun. What you doing there, buddy? Little Mr. Tragic Trucker in his red rig. Boop. Hope I didn't scratch the paint too bad there, buddy.
Oh, just hanging out. I got a couple of workers up there sowing that field. Getting ready to buy my next one here soon.
Nice. What's your next acquisition gonna be?
Not really sure yet. Still trying to figure out where I want to go.
I think you ought to crop block Jenny and buy the field right below him.
Oh.
That would always. I really think we need to play. We need to play tic-tac-toe on the map one day.
You need to
Where
play
it's just
dirty.
like, oh, just a straight up open season. Try and block people from consolidating farms and.
Oh.
Yeah. Be like real life farmers. Let the crop blocking commence.
I just found an imperfection in this road. Game's paused.
Saving content.
Yeah, there's a little hump right there. I jumped that sucker coming up through here. Wow.
Alright. Yeah, 14,700 thou. That is... It's a little expensive.
Yeah, it is.
I think my actual... The one I really want to get is the one that doesn't have a number below 1. I'm going to turn that into my timber area, is what that's going to be.
You know what Harley did?
She built a skate park back there or something.
Yeah, an off-road park.
Hey, there's Noth Ghost. See, started making comments and Noth appears. You missed a few, buddy. You missed a few. Alright, where was I going to put this piece of equipment? There we go. I'm going to put that in the back. Life is awesome. Did you get some or something? Mary Lizzie, be right back. Well, it's not very often that Nothghost just comes in and says what a beautiful night it is and how awesome life is. I'm thinking he got some. What's going on, Jeff Giordano? How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Welcome to the stream. It is currently 12:11 a.m. It is Friday in Western Pennsylvania.
Woot woot.
Woot woot. Now, of course, every day is Friday for Big Papa Timo. Big Papa Timo is self-employed, so I don't get weekends. It's always one day away. Kind of like Little Orphan Annie. Tomorrow.
Man, I'm going to have to take these all the way to the South Grain Elevator.
What are you selling?
It's soybean. But it's getting over 300 more at the South Grain Station instead of the North.
Or you could come to my selling station and sell it for $2,651.
Oh, is that yours?
Unless that's Jenny's. I don't know. See, that's the thing I don't like. It doesn't tell you which one is which.
Yeah.
So either way.
Yeah, I got a 50-50 shot there. Well, a question. What have you've been selling canola?
Yes, canola.
Okay, well, see, the price is dropping on the first one for canola. So, I'm betting with you selling all that, it's making the price drop, so that probably is yours. Oh, no, that would be Jenny's.
Well, either way, even if you get it wrong, the other one is on its way up on soy, and it's 2202.
Yeah.
So you're either going to get 2600 or 2200, which neither one of them is a bad price. Well, thank you very much for the subscription, Jeff. Appreciate it. Give you a personal thanks, not just the Stream Elements bot. Thank you. All right. And you're playing Farming Simulator 15? We are actually playing 19 on this one. We are on a custom map. We're on the Welkers map. And trying to get all finished up here. Where is Big Bud? Big Bud is about to finish up his swath, and I'm going to let the New Holland actually finish this because they travel a little bit faster. So when Big Bud's done with this one, we're going to let him go. Are you harvesting right now, Trucker, or are you planting? Or are you doing both?
I am planting right now.
Alright, so let me know when you are finished planting. Because
Okay,
I am finishing up. I got one more swipe left to go. And then we will be done with the planting. Now I'm going to take Big Bud down to the other field. And then it's going to be his domain from now on. Now, Reaper, let me ask you a question. Do you remember if the condor plants sunflowers and corn?
No.
It does not. Or you do not remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Because I was trying to figure out which one planted corn or sunflowers, and it doesn't show the icons for either one on any of the planters. Because it just shows a bunch of them and then the dots.
Yeah, I do know that the Terminator does not.
No, it does not.
The Estrella does not. The Trail Boss does not. To be honest, I don't think the Condor does either.
Gotcha.
Actually, I don't think any of the Cedars do.
So, do we have to get one of the little toe behind things?
I believe you need a planter.
Oh, okay. That would make sense. Alright, touching on what Nothko said, it's not a woman. I want to reveal what happened, but I can't. It was awesome and amazing, though. Buddy, I never said it was a woman. I don't care whether you got it from a woman, man, farm bot, whatever. As long as it was consenting adults, I'm fine. I don't judge. I'm kidding. You can always send it to me in a direct message on Discord. Secret safe with me. All names will be changed to protect the innocent. Or not so innocent. Alright, so we need a planter. That's what you're saying. I'm in the wrong... There we go. Alright, so... Planters. Sure enough, planters do all the other things. Alright, so the Great Plains YP2425A is the one that pretty much does everything. Grunwald Nick 19, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
You're just racking up the subs tonight, aren't you?
Alright, so Harley says, I use a Great Plains planter. See, that was just what I found too. Thank you much. Top speed 9 miles an hour, 18.2 meters. The cedar planter, you can sow fields. Corn, sunflower, soy, beets, cotton, wheat, barley, canola. Pretty much everything. Alright, so gonna have to invest in the Great Plains. I think that is That is next, because I do want to give. I mean, I have this head for corn and such. So I think it is time to sell off a Terminator. How much was the Great Plains? Great Plains was 142. Yes, it is. Alright, so let's go ahead and fold up this sower now that it is complete. Alright, not a man either, LOL. It wasn't a sex thing, censored in case the filter catches it. It was nice. Yeah, so what got filtered last night? Poop. Poop got filtered.
Yes.
Which I thought was funny, because I would have let that go, personally. I did let it go. Yeah, I don't consider poop a... Oh, there is a bump there. That's from where I had the selling station. That was the imperfection in that road, trucker. Alright, so let's take the Terminator back.
In other words, you're breaking the game again.
Yeah, of course. Of course. It's alright, just wait till tomorrow. Oh, I did not mean to jump out of that vehicle. We're going to be doing frigates and freighters stuff on Mid-Launch Crisis.
Oh, nice.
So hopefully Reaper will let me join his game, and I can break some stuff on survival, because I have a good fighter on survival. I got a good thumper out there. Heck, I even have a good thumper on permadeath. I can't remember where I got the ship, which system it was, and I can't remember which system had the Dora either. But that's okay. I'm happy with what I got for the moment. I do have to play some more No Man's Sky in the very near future, though. Got to do episode 2 of the Pirates Challenge. All right, now I am super curious, man. It's killing me here. Inquiring minds want to know. Give us more cryptic details that don't tell us exactly what you're talking about, but give us a clue. Does it involve having to hide the smell of more perfume from your vehicle? Did you win the lottery? Did you win the Powerball? Are you buying us all new computers? Or did you hire Deavante on as your personal cookie chef? I think that's what I'm going to have to do. If I win the Powerball, I'm going to hire Deavante as my personal cookie savior. And just have him follow me around everywhere in real life with cookies. Of course, then I'll have to hire a personal trainer to train me not to eat said cookies. I do not need to be 400 pounds. Alright, so... Well, I don't know if you guys knew this, but there is a scantily clad woman standing at the shop here. Well, I guess it's not scantily clad, but she's definitely showing off some cleavage.
Have you seen the people walking around yet?
No. Are they scantily clad too?
No, but there's actually people walking around.
Oh, I have seen people walking around, yes. That I have seen. There's an ATM here too. Check finances. Finances are good. Alright, so let's take a look at the garage real quick, because I need to see what we got in the way of... Yes, Farming Simulator does in fact have lot lizards. Alright, so I can sell that one for $291. Honestly, I'm really not a big fan of this New Holland. So I think I'm gonna sell that one. But I want to sell this particular... if it sells the wrong one, I'm going to be mad. Alright, so how do I sell a particular piece of equipment and not get it wrong when I have two of the exact same ones?
You take it to the shop.
Well, I did that, but I took it to the wrong place in the shop.
Yeah, you have to take it around back. Excuse me.
Well, now
Yeah,
I can't get it because it's just the trailer.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me reset that one. Yeah, there we go.
That's what I was gonna say.
Reset. Tool has been reset. Check the hours. Alright, so, oh, it reset it back. Dang it. So when I reset things, it goes back to, the first location. Wow, the big bud's 405. That's brutal. Brutal. Alright, so I need another large tractor, but I need to see what does the planter require in the way of horsepower. So the Great Plains requires 280. That's easy enough to do with a large tractor. $240 is what we're looking at for the price. Alright, that's 305. 700 series, 269. Again, I don't want an articulated tractor.
I bought the... Go back... Oops, wait. Go back to the right. The first case that is not articulated. Yeah.
Case Magnum?
Yep. You can get it up to, I believe, 435 horsepower.
Alright, so the Case Magnum's an option.
Or maybe it was more than that. Because yours is 400. Yeah, you can upgrade the engine.
Alright, what did I require in the way of horsepower again? 280. So anything over 280.
In that case, you have all kinds of options.
I do have all kinds of options. I want to make sure I get a relatively useful piece of equipment here. Welcome back. Thanks, Noth. Appreciate it. Alright, I totally forgot what I was... Alright, so I need 280 horse. So starting at the Case Optum, I can get it right off the bat. And that's 240 thou. I can do a New Holland. Honestly, I don't need a lot more. I just want to have a front option for, oh shoot, you know what I do need to bear in mind? I'm going to need to be able to mow with this. So yeah, I think that Case Magnum's going to be the way to go. I think you were right on that. 435 horse. Wide tires and wheel weights. 337. There we go. That'll be the way to get that. Alright, now of course I have to go get that silly Terminator. AGCO 1000 series, is that what you're running? Now I gotta go look at the AGCO 1000 because I didn't see that until after. Where is the AGCO? I don't see it. Alright, so there's the AGCO. The problem with the AGCO is it does not have the front
attacher.
The front attacher. Although
you might be able to get it.
Yeah, that's what I was just... No, I don't see it with the front PTO port. I need a front PTO port so that I can put the mower mod on the front with all three mowers. It has the 3-point, but it doesn't have the PTO port. Heck yeah. Now, honestly, Noth, if you ever win the Powerball, I expect never to hear from you ever again. Because that's the first thing they tell you if you win the Powerball is cut ties to everybody you've ever known. Because we'll all ask you for money. Every one of us. But yeah, if you ever win the Powerball and you're coming up to Pennsylvania, hit us up. We'll even tell you the best time of year to do it is either going to be in June or late July, early August. That way you can come out and see a whole bunch of nerds swinging sticks out at Pensic War, where there's 12,000 nerds on site when I'm there selling leather to them. It's always fun. Good times, good times. Alright, so I gotta take this to the back of the shop down here. Is that what you guys are saying?
Yep.
Alrighty. Excuse me.
Just when you're going to the back of the shop, make sure you do not actually leave the road. Right along the left side of the road, there's a fence. It's hard to see, but it's there. We kept getting stuck on it.
That's right. Here's my bad quote of the night from North Coast. How you doing on planting that field there, Reaper? Or not Reaper, Trucker?
Yeah.
Trucker. He doesn't say anything, so I forget that he's even here.
Swipe and a half.
Swipe and a half? Okay. Sounded like you said swipe an ass, but you know.
Well, you know,
he is actually playing in a truck, not. Alright, so you're saying there's a... Oh, there is a fence right there. Alright, let's go take a look at the people walking around. How you doing? What's up, baby? Where you going? Got them tight Carhartts on. I see you. What's up, buddy? You're a little dirty. Where are these people going?
They just walk.
Just randomly walking around?
Yep.
How strange. This guy's in a tie. Okay. This guy's in shorts. He's walking above the ground. Yeah, I see how it's hard to see that fence when you're looking from the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, truth be told, I'm sitting in a 2017 Freightliner Cascadia on the yard right now playing. Which I got some good news today. They're fixing to trade my truck in, so I'm getting a 2021 Freightliner Cascadia.
Nice.
You're gonna want to take it closer than that.
Am I?
Yeah,
I really?
It won't sell from there.
It won't. He is in fact correct, everybody. Not that I doubt it, I was just too lazy to jump back in the tractor and move it without adjusting myself.
And I am done planning whenever you're ready.
Cool. Appreciate that. Alright. Saving content.
Game is paused.
$120 times speed. So, living in Pennsylvania, used to have property in Chambersburg, which has a Grove factory. They make cranes. And I got to go up there once and play in their simulator. That was a lot of fun. They have all sorts of force feedback stuff. And learning how to drive a crane on somebody else's dime, always a good time. Alright, so I need planters. And I want to get the Great Plains. Trailer 3-point. Other than that, I'm just going to go trailer method. Because I can use them both. Ooh. That parked it right where I am. Oh, I forgot how big of a beast this thing is. This thing is a beast. Yeah, that's pretty much what we thought he was doing the other night until he caused that 72 car pileup on Interstate 70.
Yeah.
You just gotta watch that playing the farming simulator time. And make sure there's no traffic ahead of him. Gotta get the new Tesla truck with the full autopilot. That's what you need.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite as cracked up as they think it's going to be.
Well, we already have our first lawsuit in Pennsylvania about it because we had the guy hit the autopilot on the Pennsylvania Turnpike and then wrecked because he figured it was a good idea to get in the back seat of his car while I was on autopilot. Now, if anybody knows anything about it, it's really a lane assist, where if you turn it on, you can take your hands off the wheel and it will keep you in the lane. But if your hands get a certain distance away from the wheel, it's actually supposed to turn off. Lane sensor technology. And Pennsylvania is not known for proper road markings. For some odd reason, the paint they use in this state does not even last a single season. And they like to paint the roads right after wintertime while there's still a bunch of road salt down. That's always effective.
Yep. See, the problem is PennDOT is supposed to, excuse me, the truck they have to paint the lines actually has 3 separate arms on it. The one in the front you see actually puts the paint down. There's supposed to be one in the middle of the truck that drops glass beads. And then one at the back that blows air onto the paint to make sure it's dry. Now, the glass beads are relatively expensive, so they choose not to use them.
Sounds like Pennsylvania.
It does sound like Pennsylvania.
Alright, you know what I'm going to do that's different? I'm actually going to swap this up. I was about to take Big Bud up to the big field with the Terminator. And that's not the way to do this. I need to switch which planter Big Bud has. Big Bud needs the new Great Plains. Let's go ahead and swap him out over here. Now I'm assuming this tractor can pull the Terminator. It might be a dangerous assumption.
I am. That's what I'm using to pull mine.
But I know Big Bud will pull this bad boy. I know Big Bud will pull this one. How do I know that? Because Big Bud has 1,100 horsepower. He's a beast. So now that we've got the Great Plains, I can plant sunflower or corn down here if I so desire. And I do, in fact, so desire. But this guy will be a little bit faster than the Big Bud. Alright, oh man, nowadays 14 eggs a piece. Prize bitch, down. Yep. I'm gonna let that one go. Sure, why not? You censored yourself. So sometimes the censors on YouTube are a little bit little bit stingy.
He put too many of those characters together. I believe 3 is the limit for random characters.
Mm. It's alright. Noth does need to be censored every once in a while. So
it's a spam thing instead of a language, you know.
Now, see, that's cute because you said here in Orlando, Turnpike has been under construction for like 2 presidencies. Here in Pennsylvania, we've been under construction since they started.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Which would have been under Eisenhower, I believe. The Pennsylvania Turnpike has never been completed. We've been under constant reconstruction. And now what they're doing is they're going around, they're taking down a lot of the old bridges. Because our bridges failed miserably on the federal report.
Well, not only that, not only did they fail, but they were all built at 13.6 high.
Little problematic for 15-foot tall trucks trying to drive on the turnpike.
Well, the limit without a permit is 13.6. The problem is if you have an oversized load, you're paying for a permit, but you can't run the turnpike. So they're losing money.
Gotta love this state.
Yep. Now, and another thing they're going to get you is when you apply for a oversized load permit, you're supposed to plan out your route ahead of time. So you submit a route, and then Pennsylvania either approves it or they don't. Generally, they don't. What happens is they give you other suggested routes
That make them the most money.
So when they deny your route and tell you you have to run the turnpike, not only are you going to pay for a permit, now you're going to pay tolls as well. And tolls are expensive to begin with. And they go up the more axles you have.
Yes, they do. Now, one of the other funny things is we keep having the rate on the Pennsylvania Turnpike go up, which it wasn't supposed to for 5 years because we had legislation passed that gave us a gas tax that was supposed to cover all that additional revenue. So Pennsylvania has one of the highest gas taxes in the United States, second only to California, I believe, right now. So our gas tends to be anywhere between 20 and 50 cents more expensive per gallon than all of our neighboring states.
Well, you're going the wrong way there, North. Those 53-foot road trains are only 13.6 high. What you're talking about is called turnpike doubles. And that is two 53-foot long trailers back to back that are only allowed to be run on the turnpike. Because the interstate system does not allow anything that long. But they're only 13.6 high.
Are you good on plant growth there, Trucker?
Yep.
Let's go back to some regular time here. Beeps. And let's fire away on the harvesters. Time to make that crop cheddar. Well, it can't be space cheddar. We're not in outer space.
And actually, in addition to that, the Pennsylvania Turnpike does not allow turnpike doubles.
Alright guys, I will be back in a few short moments. I'm going to go smoke. I'm going to leave you with Reaper telling you about turnpike regulations.
Truck regulations, turnpike regulations, everything transportation related, because that's my business. Unfortunately, sometimes. But yeah, the Pennsylvania Turnpike does not allow doubles because there are quite a few sections of that road that are pretty small. Now, funny thing that Timo mentioned, they passed a gas tax, so they weren't supposed to raise our turnpike or raise our tolls for 5 years. They passed that gas tax and then immediately, right after, passed a law saying that they could in fact raise the tolls. They raised them 100% immediately. This was in 2016. And then they, in addition to that 100% increase immediately, it gave them the ability to raise them 20% every year for the next 20 years. So just in case, anybody gets any bright ideas, Pennsylvania says, oh man, not what I wanted to do. Pennsylvania says, no, we will make sure that we are the most expensive toll road in the country.
hell, that's like Oklahoma. They raised theirs,
Well, you
and
get
the reason they said it is so they can afford the extra officers to patrol, because they're going to raise the speed limit. They're ultimately going to top out at 85 mile an hour on the turnpikes in Oklahoma.
that actually wouldn't be bad. Oklahoma's pretty flat, pretty straight.
Yeah, but you get them going down there between Tulsa and Joplin, and there's a lot of slower company trucks that run that little section through there. We're one of them.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not going to be like you think it is, though, trucker. I mean, if you look at I-10 west of Dallas, the speed limit out there is 80, and they don't have accidents. I mean, they have, you know, the normal accidents, but as far as accidents due to slow moving traffic, there isn't any more than there normally would be.
Yeah, but there's nobody out there either.
Except for trucks.
I'll say it's the last time I was out there, I was able to jump between two drop decks that were hauling military equipment, and I got right between them, and we split West Texas wide open heading across there. My speedometer ended at 85, and it was sitting there bouncing off the bottom as we were going down through there. So they never said a word to us.
Nah.
I'll tell you what's fun though. You talk about them doubles. The going over here in Kansas, you get out there going towards Salina, on west toward Colorado,
Mm-hmm.
and you watch these Rocky Mountain doubles and triples out there.
Yeah, trucker, you got some serious feedback going on there, buddy. Yeah, that just made it worse.
Turn my mic off.
You know, if I was cruel, I'd say he didn't really have any feedback. I was just tired of listening to him.
Yeah, I did some looking today. I'm gonna find me a better headset using in this thing. This was
As he cuts out. Yep. I would say that
yeah, I had to
today.
figure a switch. But yeah, I've been looking at better headsets. Honestly, I never planned into going in and having and doing all this, you know. So I just had this little headset to communicate with Blackmail, you know, or one or two people, you know.
No, I
But
got you. I got you,
since I'm
buddy.
gonna start streaming and everything, I'm gonna find me a better headset and build myself up a little better, you know.
Yep. I don't know how I go. I was just talking to Timo when I jumped in about I'm going to have to replace my headset. It's doing some funky stuff. Or I could just steal my oldest son's. He's got a brand new $150 wireless headset. So what do you got going on, trucker? Finished planting yet?
Oh yeah, I'm finished planting. I got about a quarter of the field harvested now, and I'll just wait till he's done so I can sell it and make a little more money.
There you go. Desperate housewives of Euclid. My wife is glad that I'm streaming. And I'm not bothering her all day. Oh, Big Papa Timo brewing more space coffee. Getting prepared for the long haul tonight. Myself, however, I will be heading out here shortly. So has anybody started watching the Witcher series yet?
I know Mama Tragic has, and she is really trying to get me to watch it. She says it's one of the best shows she's ever watched.
Well, I watched the first episode last night. I don't know what to think about it. Now, I also played all the Witcher games, so I'm kind of a little biased. Started and finished. Mary, what did you think? Don't give me any spoilers, but what did you think about it? Can't wait for season 2. Oh, alright. So Mary's a fan. Yeah, I've reserved judgment. Like I said, I only watched the first episode. So I'm not going to say whether I like it or whether I don't. Because I don't know yet. I haven't seen enough of it. I've heard good things about it, though. He does kind of remind you of Geralt. If you played The Witcher, he does make a good Geralt. I gotta give it that. I didn't say I don't like the show. I said I don't know what to think after one episode. Yeah, I said I'm reserving judgment till I see more, like all of them probably. I did like I mentioned to every action director needs to see this show. There wasn't a whole lot of, I mean, there was pretty much one fight scene in the first one, and it was well done. Yeah, I do have to say though, the shaky cam, and I wish that wasn't a thing. Or the, you know, they keep cutting around so they don't have to choreograph a decent scene. They try and cut it all together and it just looks janky. Take a little time, you know, get some stunt guys in there who actually know what they're doing and just make a good fight sequence. Yeah, that's what it is, Noth. It's the scene wasn't choreographed, or you know, they use crappy stunt guys that can't sell the punch, that sort of thing. I don't know. I'm just, even in military, I'm not a fan of the shaky cam. Black Hawk Down is a good example. Black Hawk Down was a good movie. Escape from Tarkov. Interesting.
To be honest, I think the shaky cam worked good in Black Hawk Down only because it was well acted also. I mean, you had some great actors in that film, and popped it off left and right. Shaky cam will be good to hide some stuff, but it doesn't replace a good acting.
Oh.
And Big Papa Timo's back. Sorry that took so long on the coffee, guys.
Welcome back.
Had a minor misfire on the first pot there.
I got you.
Alrighty, so.
You cannot rush good coffee.
No, you cannot. Alrighty, getting on a shaky cam, huh?
Yeah, and I'm not a fan.
Neither am I. It gives me motion sickness, but very, very situational. Blair Witch Project kind of screwed a lot of people over for that.
Yeah.
That was first-person shaky cam. Always sucks.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that movie in general.
Well, the only thing I liked about Blair Witch was those are former students of my father that made the original.
Oh, yeah?
It was shot local to my house, and it was actually kind of funny because where they shot that, excuse me, was a park just outside of Germantown, Maryland, back in the woods where I used to go fishing all the time. And the way that I found out about that movie was I pulled up to my regular parking spot, and it was springtime, and there's this car parked in my regular spot out in the middle of the woods, basically, with all these leaves thrown on it, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? Come to find out they were filming a movie back there.
Ah.
Oh. That's the only thing I like about Blair Witch. I didn't like the premise of the movie, didn't like the movie itself, did not like the cinematography at all. But getting back to shaky cam, in movies like Black Hawk Down, like I said, that is such a situational type of a use for a camera style. If any time you have like an actual hand-to-hand combat, not a good time to use the shaky cam. I think you're definitely right that a lot of directors and cinematographers use that to cover up poor budgets, poor scripting, poor fight choreography.
Yeah.
Now, I also have not seen Witcher yet. I had a hard time thinking Henry Cavill was a good choice for that role, but then I didn't play any of the Witcher games, and I didn't read any of the Witcher novelizations or anything else like that. So when I finally do watch it, I'm going to go in as a blank slate.
Yeah.
Which I think is always a good way to go into movies and adaptations. You have to just kind of forget about your expectations for a lot of things.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, he does fit. He was definitely a good choice.
North Coast Blair Witch equals shakycam.mp4. Yeah, man. Hey, Silent Extinction, how are you doing? This is the Welkers map, and my pleasure for sharing. I like playing games, and I like playing this game in particular. Farming Simulator 19 was a very welcome addition to the roster of games I play. I prefer survival and hunter-gathering type of things, but I come from a World of Warcraft background in EVE Online, so I did a lot of resource gathering, and I like to just sit here and veg out and do some farming.
Good game.
Alrighty, Noth, you get some good sleep. I look forward to seeing what's up on Discord there. I'm curious as to what your experience was. It was a good sell. You sold it really well there, buddy. Now, Silent, the Welkers map is one of the mod maps, the Welkers Farms. So if you go into your mods menu, you can find that. We are playing on PS4. Tragic Trucker's in here with me. He is up in lot 10.
Normally I'm in there too, but
Hey.
Preparing for tomorrow's mid-lunch crisis.
Yes, we will be streaming No Man's Sky tomorrow, and it will be on Fear the Reaper's channel. Reaper, if you're actually in chat, if you want to drop a link, now would be a good time. We will be on between 11 and 1 tomorrow, and we will be discussing freighters and frigates in the No Man's Sky universe. This is a huge map, actually. Let me pull up the map for you. Saving content. All right, let me pull this bad boy up. So this is the Welkers map here. Now I am currently in fields 15, 16, and 18. The two that I'm harvesting are 15 and 16 right now. Tragic Trucker is up here in 10. Now, one of the things about this particular map, you have these very large fields, but the prices on these are pretty steep. So field 13 there is 1.162 mil. This one was 707,000. This one is 356. 15 and 16 seem to be the best prices for early start. Now you notice 14 is almost as large as 15, but it's almost double the price. 17 is oddly shaped, 1.69. Just picked up 18 for 600,000. Yeah. The cool thing about this map though is that it is very flat. There is some terrain, but very little. I'm currently parked in somebody else's field here, but this is down here at the bottom of 18, and I'll show you just about the only terrain nearby was a little bump I put in when I put in the selling station. So I can get a little air on that. And then there are some terrain features, some rocks, some water. There is a creek back this way. Today it's very, very hazy. It's been hazy for the last couple days.
Pollution alert in the Welkers farm.
Hot and hazy. Probably very humid. Now I'm going to be purchasing this section back here in the future because I want to put my timber farm back this way and turn this into the little homestead action. So there are some sheds and such back here. This particular map has a lot of decommissioned pieces, things you can't do anything with, like this trailer right here, just a static piece of the environment. This front loader also static. So whoever modded this map actually did a pretty good job of making things look fairly realistic. But some interesting pieces here.
Nice looking front loader there.
It is. It is. I wouldn't mind having one of those. And Miss Harley Quinn, if she's still watching, she made kind of like a jump park back here on one of her maps. But I'm going to come in here and cut down all these trees and plant new ones. That's going to be the start of Big Papa Timo's timbering actions. Good old base of operations, but until then I need to make me some money. There's Miss Harley Quinn. Are you still plugging at it? Still feeding those cows? Ooh, we got a little hill right here. Let's get some air off of that. Good old Grand Theft Iowa action. All right. Well, let's pull the Fiat up that way. It's just chilling out down there. Got the big bud waiting to go. Now I have joined these two fields together into one really large soybean field.
She's making silage.
Nice. Everybody's favorite fermented grass. Silage. Yeah. Choice of a new generation. Now watch Pepsi give me a copyright claim. Copyright ID claim number 32 for Big Poppa Timo.
Silent Extinction, one of the nice things you can do, Timo, if you wouldn't mind, you get a chance, showing him the selling point. You can download a mod and put in your own. Because you're right, I don't like the fact that not only are they on opposite corners of the map, they're actually named the same thing.
Yes. The CHS grain. Now, the ones that I was doing, I was using, it's under miscellaneous. There we go. Selling station, $15,000. Nice little mod. Yeah, the sell point placements on these are annoying, so make sure you get that selling station. Now, from what we understand, the selling station will accept everything, including milk, eggs, bales of hay, silage, and all the other things. Have not yet tried it with the eggs, and we'll be doing that soon, because I was playing on Felsbrunn, and I was having trouble selling my eggs because of the way that they're just handled in game. It was quite annoying.
I was telling Jenny last night, actually, that when I watched the end of that stream, and then you mentioned it again yesterday, I kept meaning to tell you that it's just the mechanic of the game. The boxes, when they're not in the crate, you actually have to pick them up and set them down on the grate before they'll sell. Now with the crate, you got lucky that one time and they kind of got within the zone, but most of the time you're actually going to have to take them off the trailer and set them down in order to get them to sell. That's why I personally, Silent says the newest small does not work with eggs. Yeah, that's personally one of the reasons that I don't do chickens. It's just because the mechanics on how you sell the eggs definitely needs some work. I think they went a little bit too far. In 15, you basically picked them up off the ground, and then you went to the selling place. They were in your backpack, but you went to the selling place and you just sold them, and they automatically sold straight from your backpack.
Mm. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch Silly P's video on the selling point. This is actually still a relatively new game for me, and I just came across Silly P yesterday and doing a little YouTube research on some Farming Simulator 19 videos. And hey, since you're stopping by, if you haven't already, you might want to go ahead and click that subscribe button. Ring the bell if you want notifications. I do stream this quite often. At this point in time, it's pretty much been on the daily. I've been doing at least one stream of Farming Simulator 19. And if I don't do it daily, then I tend to do long streams. Oop, I'm going to get stuck again. Put that just the wrong location once again.
Little ruthless self-promotion, but I also stream this quite a bit. And if I'm not streaming on my channel, I'm generally in with Big Poppa Timo on his channel, and vice versa.
That other voice that you hear, that is Fear the Reaper, my partner in crime.
Yeah. Check me out on the tubes of you. Subscribe. Click that bell. Big Poppa Timo and I do a lot of streaming together.
And then I crash the party when I can.
That's Tragic Trucker's voice that you hear there. He's an actual trucker, which is kind of ironic. It's not tragic at all.
Well, it is tragic that he has to keep his microphone muted because Sounded like he was getting a haircut in the background.
He might be. You never know. He might be at the Love's truck stop, getting a wash and wax on the Freightliner and getting a wash and wax on the Dome. I'm actually kind of surprised that a lot more of the truck stations, like Love's or Pilot or Flying J, don't have barber shops in them.
Well, it's kind of a funny thing about that. The big chains really don't want you to stay there. The Loves, the Flying J, the Pilots, they don't want you hanging out. They want your money and they want you gone. Now, some of the smaller ones, and some of what am I thinking about, trucker? The blue and white sign, something boss.
Oh, you referring to the Bosselmans?
Yeah, Bosselmans, that's right. Now, the Bosselmans operates on a different philosophy. A lot of them will have additional facilities, barber shops, game rooms, stuff like that. But yeah, the big chains, they want your money and they want you gone.
Yeah, I have noticed a lot of them, especially with the powered stations and the exhaust stations. They try and keep all the truckers in their actual truck if they are going to stay for any extended period of time.
Yep.
Try not to interact with the other humans.
Yes, that is true.
For me, it's kind of disheartening to me, growing up in a truck like I did, seeing these truck stops like the Iowa 80, the Petro in Joplin, Little America, these big truck stops where people used to get together and just have fun. I mean, shoot, I learned about the birds and the bees from a flatbed out in Arizona. These big truck stops where these guys used to get together and hang out. Now they're just, these big corporations are taking over and it's just ruining them.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the culture that goes along with a lot of these things is not profitable, and that's pretty much what the corporations are all in it for. It's all about the money.
Yep.
And hanging out and learning about the birds and the bees on a flatbed in Arizona doesn't pay the bills for Flying J. Now, the lady that taught you about the birds and the bees, she might have made a couple dollars off of it. But that depends on your personal preferences. Solid Extinction drove an 18-wheeler for 15 years. Well, thank you for transporting goods across the country. People like you make the world go round. Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people appreciate long-haul truckers, short-haul truckers, and truckers in general.
They do not.
No, that is what really is the backbone of our country's economy, is our transportation system of goods. Alright, we are going to plant some more soy here. Off we go.
I too am / will be probably forever a driver. I currently have taken a different role. I no longer haul goods. Instead, I build roads.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, buddy.
Alright, so I'm actually going to grab Big Bud here and bring Big Bud back over this way. Use my new Great Plains planter. And while this is capable of planting sunflower and corn, its first job is going to be soy. I want to get that field up and going as quick as I can. Now, I, on the other hand, am not a trucker in any way, shape, or form. Now, I have driven quite a few commercial vehicles in my time, but I'm a retired elevator mechanic. I used to build escalators for a living, and I'm currently self-employed leather worker. No, I don't do saddles. No, I don't do holsters. I do nerd stuff. I make LARP gear. You see those funny kids on... you ever see the movie Role Models? That kid Augie from that movie? With the game he's playing, that's the type of people I'm talking about. I sell leather stuff to them.
Silent. Awesome. Make them like butter. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, man.
I'll tell you the truth. First thing I thought of when you said you used to build escalators, they need you at the Highland in Chandler, Oklahoma. They put in a shipping office down there, and the building, they never intended to have an outside shipping office in the first place.
Yeah.
But where they put the office at, you have 3 flights of stairs, steep stairs. You have to climb up, and the door's right there on the left. Trust me, it is a cardio workout to get to that door.
Well, here's the funny thing. As a former elevator mechanic and a builder of escalators, I highly recommend everybody take the stairs.
Take the stairs.
Take the stairs. It's better for your heart. It's better for your body. And you don't get trapped on stairs. Now, here's another funny story. I was working in the Washington, D.C. Metro Rail, and we were working on an escalator. And there's 3 escalators in the Metro Rail. They're always side by side, so that they always have the ability to have one going up, one going down, and one being worked on at any point in time. We're working on this one, and then the other one, the down escalator ironically, stops working. Just slowly grinds to a halt. And we hear this woman up on the stairs calling out for help. And, of course, we are concerned that, because escalators can hurt you.
Yeah.
They are dangerous pieces of equipment. Why is this not... sorry, I'm getting... This is giving me a warning that it's not working. So she's calling for help. And, of course, we figure that something has gone wrong and this woman has gotten her clothing trapped in the stairs or something like that, or something. I don't know why this is not working. We go up there and get up there, and there's nothing wrong with her. Her clothing's fine. She's not stuck. She's not hurt. But we're trying to figure out why she's calling for help, and she's basically saying that, the escalator's not working. She wants us to turn it back on while she's still on it, which you can't do. You're not allowed to turn them on while people are on there. You have to clear the escalator first. And she's like, well, how am I supposed to get down? And I'm looking at this woman, and I wanted to say, they still work as stairs, lady.
Yeah.
What the hell are you thinking? It's still a staircase. But you have to be polite to these people, so I showed her. They still work as stairs. And proceeded to walk down. But yeah, she was trapped. Trapped on the escalator. Like, okay. It's kind of funny how people get entitled and lazy.
Yeah.
All right,
well, gentlemen, and our 1.6 million viewers, I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Right on, buddy. I will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yes, sir.
Get some
Talk
good
to you
rest.
tomorrow, Ripper.
All right, buddy.
Silent, I'm sorry to hear about your pops. Agent Orange was a horrible, horrible chemical used back in Vietnam. For those that don't know, U.S. military sprayed that thing everything. Defoliant. Caused a lot of cancers. I had a buddy of mine in the elevator trade. He was in Air Force. Don't remember his rank. He served in Vietnam as well, and his job was to change out the 55-gallon drums of Agent Orange. Every 6 months, Fred had to go into the doctors and have the polyps removed. And they would pull out about 4 or 5 pounds of polyps from his body every 6 months, growing from Agent Orange. All right. How is it going, JP Pac-Man? What's going on, buddy? That's right, 1.7 million viewers. I would be very happy if I had 1.7 thousand viewers, much less, anything close to that. Were you working on the No Man's Sky earlier, Pac-Man? I thought I saw you streaming. I didn't get a chance to swing by, though. Sorry to hear that, Mary Lizzie. Yeah, there was a lot of unfortunate things happened with the choice the U.S. military made with its chemicals for defoliation, among other things. They don't make the best decision when it comes to keeping track of what's healthy for the soldiers. Grinding away, grinding away. I don't know if you noticed, but I did a stream last night, Pac-Man, that I was doing a new permadeath save. I'm doing Pimp and Play's Pirate Challenge, where you basically get your first 3 systems to do everything on the ground that you want to do, and then after you're done with the tutorial and after about 10 hours of gameplay, you never touch foot on a planet again. Got the rules up on the Discord if you want to see them. But yeah, that's an interesting concept. I'm actually, hey, there's Pimp and Place. Speaking of which, giving me the heart eyes on the blob. Right on, right on. And Pimpin', did you do episode 2 or 3 today for that one? Still want to know why this planter is. Do I have to have the ridge markers out to plant? Shouldn't. Episode 3, tomorrow's the takeoff for good. Alrighty. Hope you got all your buried tech modules. You're doing history lessons on Tesla and Sun Shin? Nice. Try to avoid giving too many history lessons. How is everybody doing? I got 9 watching and 7 thumbs up, so thank you all so much. I had 11 watching there for a second, and then apparently the bots decided to disappear. It's always fun when the bots pop in for a moment. Alright, let's see if we can get this lined up. Nope, won't let me hire a worker on that one. Alright, so I think what we're going to have to do here is we're going to have to lower the sower, turn on the sower, and then try and hire. Nope, won't do it. I don't have any seed either. Being cheap and trying not to buy seed. This bugs me when this does this. I wonder if it's... That's not my choice of seed either. Yeah, you kind of have to touch on Edison when you're getting into Tesla. Otherwise, it's not a very good history lesson. Alright, you think I need to actually put some seed in it first before hiring a worker? That is possible. That is possible. Got Harley Quinn. If she's still watching, she could probably tell me, because she's using this seeder. This was her suggestion. Harley broke my seeder. Didn't have this problem with the Terminator. Yeah, so Edison was in fact a horrible, horrible individual, and most of the pioneers of the times really were. I was living in Western Pennsylvania. We deal with a lot of Carnegie and Frick, and you get into the whole Standard Oil thing with the Rockefellers and J.P. Morgan and all those others. And when you look back, they were some of the worst people in the world. I mean, the Great Flood of 1889 in Johnstown, Pennsylvania was caused directly by some of those early pioneers of American society, Carnegie and Frick and all that other stuff. It was their summer campground that they had this huge lake that they made up in the mountains here. And then there was a hurricane parked over top of the area, or the remnants of a hurricane, and flooded the lake, which the dam on it broke and flooded the city of Johnstown and killed over 2,000 people. Was the first time that Clara Barton distributed aid through the American Red Cross. was shortly after that, but that was really a direct result of people like Carnegie and the like. Not Edison directly, but you know, same type of people. Yeah, well, I have it. I need seed figures. Let me go ahead. Oops. I wonder if I can get. I can't remember if I can do this way or not. No, I cannot. Well, let's do a little unfold car action. Well, I have a whole bunch of equipment in here I didn't realize I had. Yes, I'm actually going to lease this. Oops, wrong vehicle. Just backing into the forklift. Guess it would help if I was properly lined up with the truck. What do you think, guys?
It might help.
Might, just a little bit, ever so slightly. Might also help if I had a pickup big enough to carry this. Alrighty. Yep, just spent $1,800 just to load that pallet. Alright, let's get rid of the leased items. We want to return that bad boy. Yes, yes we do. Thank you much. Now the big trick is to not drive so fast that I drop this off. Oh, Jaws, welcome to the stream. You know, you're asking if it's better with two people. That really depends on how you want to play this game. I like it with multiplayer, but not everybody does, honestly. Now let's see what happens when I fold the car. That's cute. I like multiplayer, but I like playing with friends. So I've got Tragic Trucker playing with me right now. Normally I have Fear the Reaper in here with me, and my buddy Jenny. It's nice if you have people you can play with that you don't have to worry about interfering, as long as you guys all have the same understanding on what people are trying to do and what the rules of the map are. Playing with randoms, I tend to find being, or tend to find to be problematic at times, because everybody has different expectations. But that's the same with just about any game. Let me get caught up on chat here. I'm going back to the Seed Hawk. Yeah, most of Edison's credited inventions were the work of his contractor developers, not his own. That is very correct. Even over here, Mulholland is famous for the LA Aqueduct, but forget that when his dams failed, they killed thousands, like the St. Francis Dam. Yeah, really good point. I actually did a report in high school about Mulholland and the dam breaks for Los Angeles. Forklift is a nightmare. Yes, it is. Not so bad as the skid steer. The skid steer is by far the worst game mechanic in this game, even more so than the chainsaw, which bugs the hell out of me at times. Can't stand that. The mechanics do work better for that. Alright, so you want your friend to help. Yes, you can. So just to get into real quickly how this works. So what you can do, saving content. Game is paused. When you start a map, whoever starts the multiplayer, like say you're the one that starts the multiplayer, you're going to be in charge of everything. You'll go to this screen here and you'll see that I have 3 maps on here right now, Timo, Jenny, and Tragic. Now when I started there was only the one, and you can leave farms, you can join farms, you can both be working on the same farm where you have a pool from all the different money, and then you go to this screen here, which is the farm management, and you decide what roles people have and what things they can do. So if Tragic and I were both on the same map or the same farm, I could go through and say he can buy vehicles, sell vehicles, reset the vehicles, buy the placeables, sell the placeables, and all that other fun stuff. But I could also limit him on that. Now if I want him working on my farm, like if I want him to do some work for me now, I can grant him contractor status. He can use all my equipment and come in and do stuff like that. It does take a little bit of getting used to, and you have to be careful with what your permissions are, because particularly when it comes to money and finances, if you're not careful, then the person you're playing with might accidentally sell all of your stuff and use all of your money. But as long as you trust your friends, you should be all right. But it is a fun game to play with friends. All right, so we're going to fill the sower. Let's put all of that in there. Like how it's just taking everything off the pallet, and then boom, pallet is gone. Thank you all for letting me know I needed to fill this one up a little bit. I kind of figured it was. I haven't played with this particular sower in a while. It's a lot of fun. And if you ever need any help with anything, or if you ever have any questions, you're more than welcome to drop me a line anytime. I am actually going to drop a link to my Discord channel. Bear with me 1 second. My computer still has the dumb. Keeps telling me to have it so that it expires, and I don't want that to expire. You know, honestly, I haven't been able to set anything on fire yet, and we've tried. But I also have like all the crop damage and everything else like that turned off. So no, I don't think you can actually set stuff on fire. It's not like this is a real survival-based game as well. It's just a harvesting of resources type thing. We were joking saying that we would like to have a zombie apocalypse part of this, so it's 7 days to farm, kind of like 7 days to die in Farming Simulator. I think that would be a good way to match things up. Okay, so they've completed their task. See guys, it's not letting me hire the worker. Getting a little mad. Maybe I have to do a little sewing first. Let's see if this works. Let's sower, turn on. What am I doing wrong here, guys? This is not actually sewing. Something's busted. Something's busted. Alright, Harley, what am I doing? This is the current most recent. There are rumors that Farming Simulator 21 might not be coming out. I don't know. But Farming Simulator 19 is the most recent update. Now there are a bunch of add-ons to it, like there's Platinum Edition, a bunch of other add-ons that you can purchase and stuff like that. So you have a ton of options. There's also mods that you can download. Silent Extinction says, my wife and I discussed a third world country farm simulator where I have to hire security forces or contract for a cartel. Alright, Harley's works just fine. Apparently mine's broken. Which, you know, doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all that mine's the one that doesn't work. Oh. I'm gonna have to stop this one real quick. Catching up too fast there, buddy. Oh, Jaws, if you haven't already, you might want to hit that subscribe button. Ring the bell. You'll get updates when I'm playing. Like I said, you can jump on anytime. Jump in chat and let me know. Or join that Discord that I posted. You can ask me questions there. Tend to post also when I'm going to be streaming. There we go. Got a new follower. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. Like I said, I'm still kind of new to this game. I've put in a lot of hours already, but I'm still learning. And I'm looking to learn more stuff. So if you have any suggestions, let me know. If you'd like to see somebody try something, so that you don't have to spend the money on your saves or anything, I'll be more than happy to. Testing out mods and all sorts of different things, different pieces of equipment, farming methods. In the meantime, though, I'm just trying to have a little fun. Alright. Alright, I don't know why that got caught by that. Alright, so can we have a pet? We were having this exact discussion earlier. So Harley Quinn showed off a picture of her dog in-game. That when you buy the doghouse, apparently you get a dog. So I do need to test this. Harley, you said it was under animals? Is that where it was? Under trailers? Animals? No, that's not right. It's under animal pens. There's the doghouse. Right there. So we're actually going to go place a doghouse in a minute, because now I've been curious about this the whole time, about what the doghouse does and getting the dog and everything. So I think I'm going to put the doghouse down. Alright, so we need to reset the camera because we want to be over right about where we are. Alright, so there's the doghouse. Sure enough, look at that, guys, we got a dog. What's up, buddy? Where you going? Alright, so you can play fetch, you can pet the dog. Oh, let's give the dog some rubbies. Give the dog some rubbies. Get him to follow you. And tell him to go home. Alright, I thought you said we could do... Oh, you can do fetch. Look at that. So let's pick up the object. Throw the object. And he goes and gets it and brings it back. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah. Good poppers. Alright, cool. Does he follow us around now? Uh-oh. Right on. Alright, let's, Does he follow the truck? Because I didn't tell him to go home. Oh, if he just sits there and waits for me, I'm going to be sad. Upper A is blocked by an object, though. Figures to be blocked by my truck. It's a surprisingly fun game. It's very, very relaxing. Mary Lizzie had to take apart half a tower to fix one bloody thing. Yep, that is the joy of being part of the PC Master Race. Alright, so the blinking blue light on my mini-map is actually a high-demand location. That's showing the milk station is looking for something. So what I'll do here is I'm going to pull up the financials. And we're going to scroll over to this. See that blue triangle right there? The milk station, the milk sell point is looking for eggs. Even though their price is not the best, they're in high demand there, so they want a lot of them. You get warnings on when things are in high demand. Sometimes the prices are better, other times they're not. You do have to pay real close attention to what your buy and sell points are. You know what? I wonder if it's just because of the choice of vehicles. So let's test something out here, guys. Let's take Big Bud over this way. I know Big Bud works with the Terminator, but maybe this particular Cedar doesn't like the Big Bud? I don't know. Maybe it's the location? I'm still thinking I'm doing something wrong, though. Then again, I've had some weird glitches on this game where sometimes you just need to reset certain things before it'll start to do something. So I'm going to randomly try and hire a worker there. Nope. Alright, so let's drop that one off. Let's try the other tractor. So this was actually purchased with the other tractor in mind. Nope. Definitely don't want to unload it because that's how you end up with fertilizer and stuff in the middle of your fields. Now again, see, this is not seeding. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Getting a little disturbed here. Excuse me, sorry. That one snuck up on me. Didn't have time to mute. got that unload taken care of. These are actually getting relatively close together. So I'm going to swing over here and grab this one off of this truck. And then run this truck in and sell. Now we're at $250,000 in the bank, roughly. Not two shabs, but not enough. It's never enough. Alrighty. Then I need to figure out that planter. Something's going on. It's going to be something simple, too. I know it's going to be something simple.
Alright, I can't help it. I gotta show off my new toy.
Alright, come down by my little selling station. Don't hit my dog. Gonna have to come up with a name for the dog too. Alright, $61,000 harvest puts me at $310,000. Alright, let's go play with the dog while we're waiting on Trucker to come down here. What's the puppers doing? What are you doing, buddy? Oh, I can feed him. Oh, look at that. Got some dog kibble. Oh, he was hungry. That's a good puppers. Oh, what do we got there? Alright, so have you know the trick about this truck, right? Just stay there for a second. Don't touch it. I'm going to show you something really funny about this truck. So it's got an excellent capacity, and it's a tipper truck, but it's got no brakes.
Oh, so pretty much it's just like the Swift truck I drive now. Gotcha.
Watch out, bumpers. You hit my doghouse. Yeah, so park it on something level and don't tap it. It will roll off the map.
Well, I was looking at it, and this was actually cheaper than the rig and trailer setup I had, and so I could sell that and actually make a little money by buying this one and have just about the same capacity. So now all I have is my harvester, my planter with the tractor, and then this, and I'm up to 330,000 now. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, Jenny really likes that truck too. It's definitely got its uses. The only problem with it is, particularly when you're playing on like Felsbrunn or something like that, that thing will roll. Like you'll get out of it and you'll find it halfway across the map one day. Jenny's ended up in the ocean. So I ended up just getting sick of going and finding it in weird places. So I ended up swapping out for the other one. Alright, let's try unfolding sower. But yeah, I mean, it's a great price. It's a good mod. But whoever did the mod work on it just forgot to put brakes on it. Alright, so that is not working. What the hell is going on? Planters. Alright, there's the Great Plains. Oh. Now I know what's going on. Alright, so this is just a sower. You need to cultivate your fields first. That's why. Because with the seeder sowers, I was using ones that allow you to direct seed. Two-step process. So I figured out what was the problem there. When you can activate or deactivate underfoot fertilization. Oh my. Ah, there's a beneficial trick to the tipper truck. The no brakes was intentional. If you sync cruise control at the beginning of a long row, get out of the truck, and it will stay rolling for the offload. That's actually kind of cool. Hadn't thought about that. Yeah, major trade-off, Harley. Major trade-off. Ah, crime in Italy. So... Heck. It's the only way they could sidestep the logic. That makes sense. Makes sense. Well, poo, guys. I guess if I'm going to do corn or sunflower, I'm going to have to get a cultivator. Schubert. Yeah, manual parking brake would have been nice on that one. Would have been nice on that one. Alright, so I guess I'm going to have to get a cultivator. Alright, well how wide is my planter again? 18.5? 18.2. Dang it, really didn't want to get a cultivator. 6 meter, 8 meter, 12 meter. 18.2. 24 for the flex coil. The NeoDisc V6000. $120 thou. Well, it's got to be done. Got to do it. Saving content.
Game is paused.
Well, that is not what I was trying to do. That is what I was trying to do. There we go. Well, see, that doesn't even reset it all the way back. It just does partially, but close enough. So while those are doing that, let me go ahead and find my... There we are. We're at least halfway there. Little cheating action. How is everybody doing? It is 2 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States, Western Pennsylvania. It's cold outside. Not nearly as cold as it has been, though. We've got a warm front coming through that's going to bring us a little bit of rain over the next 2 days, and then we're going to have a snowstorm come flying right up behind it, which I believe is the same ice storm that Trucker is dealing with tonight out in the Midwest.
It ain't that bad. I mean, there's a little bit of snow, a little bit of ice coming down, but, you know, temperature's still hovering right there around 34, 35 degrees right now, so we're doing all right.
Right on, right on. Now, the fun thing about those storms is when they come flying east, they tend to pull that cold Canadian air down behind them, giving Big Papa Timo some lake effect snow off of Lake Erie. Always fun. Alright, so these soybeans, or not these soybeans, these sunflower and this corn better be worth it in the long run. I've made more than $250,000 investment just for them. I have a cultivator, a new planter, and a harvester head just for those. But look at this beast. That's a big boy. Can't wait to see this cultivator in action. But that slows down my plans for expansion. That's a third of the price of that next field. One of these days I am going to turn on crop damage and just go driving through other people's fields. Put a cultivator down and haul ass through truckers' fields. Now I am curious if any of you all that do play this, do you guys ever do potatoes or beets for harvesting? Seems like there is a lot of equipment you have to buy to do those, and they only do such a narrow swath for the harvesters. Seems very complicated. Is the return on investment pretty decent?
You know, in the previous versions, I never really got into it. I would, however, harvest some and have enough for at least one truckload. So if there was ever a great demand for it, I could run up and sell it real quick and make a few extra bucks.
Mm. Big bud. Alright, we are getting down to the last couple swipes here, guys, on these fields, and then I'm going to send both the harvesters over to the other field. Which actually, now that I think about it, I should probably send this one over there now. Nope, hold on, Mr. Case. Nope, you're fired. Big bud. Transportation nightmare. The return is kick-ass though. Yeah, I thought about that. I did a just to test it out, because I like to do contracts to test out different technologies and such like that, you know, before I make an investment. I did a beet farming on the Ravensport, and I think it was field 6, and it literally took me an hour to get 2 swipes on that field. That was just horrendous. Alright guys, we still need to figure out a name for the dog. Any suggestions? Might have to do that up on Discord, do like a vote or something like that. Or a thread on what should I name my dog.
Well, there's Deavante.
Oh, just smacked the crap out of the pickup with the harvester. What's going on, Deavante? Grand Theft Iowa Oreos. Heck yeah, baby. Heck yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and get this harvester rolling on that. This one is about empty. Or this one is about full. Getting my words mistaken. Mixed up. Brain not working. Don't worry guys, I'm not stroking out or anything. It's only the second pot of coffee for the day. Normally not coherent until at least the third.
Poppa, I seem to be all caught up here on my little parcel. Do you need any help down that way?
You know, I can't think of what I would have you do, honestly. I pretty much got both the harvesters running. I got the, getting ready to get the seeder going back again. Now it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Mod Pooch. Deavante, are you going with bingo? No, this is a different map, Deavante. We started a new mod map called Welkers Farms. Everything is pretty much flat. So I don't have the timber farm here. I don't have the chickens. I do have a new dog. But yeah, the view distance is set pretty far. And it's pretty hazy every once in a while. Excuse me. Had a big yawn coming through there. So things are going to look a little different. Let's get the soybeans offloading there real quick. Get some money back in my pocket. Now what I think is really cool these days, most times you won't see tipper trucks like this where they tip the truck or tip the trailer. It tips the entire truck. Alright, $106,000 harvest. Heck yeah. I will take it. Alright, so let's get Big Bud rolling. Rolling.
Talking about tipping the whole truck, and made me think about the time I hauled loose potatoes. And there was that one DOT officer there at the Arizona Ag Check that wanted to check my load.
Wanted to check a load of potatoes in Arizona?
It was an ag check station down there, agricultural check.
Yeah.
And I pulled in there and I showed him my bills, and he's like, I'm going to take a look at your load. You go right ahead, Bubba.
You have fun with all them taters. What's taters, precious? Yeah, the only reason I got the Great Plains though is I wanted to be able to plant for the sunflower and the corn. I normally use the Astara is my personal favorite on the Cedar Sours or the Star Estrella. That one right there. But I also like the Condor. Condor's pretty nice, but don't think I can plant the corn or the sunflower with it. Yeah, pretty much now at this point in time, Trucker, it's all going to be a waiting game on time. Just got to get everything going. Got 2.5 more swipes on the main field. And I just started on the bottom field.
Yeah, I'm just sitting up here trying to figure out how to park this truck so while, if I'm not in game, I don't have to worry about it rolling anywhere unexpectedly.
Well, like I said, if you find a flat spot, it should be fine. And most of this map is pretty flat. You can always park it up against something too.
Well, I've got it between a tree and my harvester right now, so even if Jeannie came over here, it wouldn't go nowhere.
Well, that sounds like a challenge.
Tell him I said that he'll take it as that.
I'll come over there with Big Bud and just push everything out of the way. Big Bud. Thanks, Dave Ate. Appreciate it. Oh, yep. Yes, you did. Just got that notification. Sent your response there, Devante. Appreciate the DM, appreciate the concern. Always nice that community members are looking out for their friends. One of the things I like about this community.
Well, if y'all will excuse me for one quick second, it's getting a little cool, and I'm going to start the truck up and warm her up a little.
Right on. Fire that bad boy up. Big Bud. Is that the range on that is 20 meters? I was kind of wondering what the range of effect on that was. Oh, excuse me. Alright, so with the cultivator, first off, we need to unfold that. Man, look at that thing. That thing is a beast. That is a big cultivator. Jump uppers. Hey, get away from the cultivator. Think you're doing? And name him Daredevil. Or Deathwish. Or Dumbass. Alright, what? I was looking for a piece of equipment. Which one was it? And why?
You know what? Honestly, I'd like to see you name that dog Bobo.
Bobo?
Yep, that way if I'm up here and I finish up, well, I'm going to go visit Papa Timo and Bobo.
Papa Timo and Bobo. Bobo's not a bad name. See, I understand the whole was a farmer had a dog and Bingo was his name-o, but I already have a dog named Bingo in real life. So I can't name my in-game dog Bingo. That wouldn't be right. I can only have one Bingo at a time. Oh, look at that. I missed 2 rows. Dang it. We might sacrifice those 2 swipes to the farm gods here, guys. I don't think I'm going to be patient enough to let this harvester go all the way back again and hold up Big Bud there for another pass. Silent Extinction votes for Bobo. Do I have a third on Bobo? Or does anybody else want a different name? Big Farmer T-Momo and Bobo. Alrighty. Time to go. Apparently it was time to go yawn. Again, apologies. I'm still waking up. Been up for 5 hours and I'm still waking up.
So your sleep schedule got all kinds of messed up, didn't it?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When I don't sleep, I tend to be fine, but when I do get a couple hours of sleep, I get real tired real easy. But not like gonna get more sleep tired, just yawning tired. Tends to kind of like rest my breathing habits a little bit. Thus all the yawning. I'm not breathing as deeply as I normally would. Alright, so now I'm curious as to this cultivator. Alright, so can't knock out Bobo's house. My puppy has a new name, and Bobo it was-o. Alright guys, so Bobo is the official name of Timo's dog. That cultivator is a beast. Oh yeah, he's even leaving one behind. Big Bud. I was hoping you'd wipe them both out and make me not feel so bad for leaving one out. $4 miles an hour on this harvester. Ooh-wee. Flying now. Even Big Bud's catching us. We're doing 6. 8. Ooh. It's kind of sad I got impressed by 8 miles an hour. That's twice as fast as my harvester. Alrighty. We are done on that field. harvesting. Time to take this harvester up here and tag team this one. Rubicon 9000 also affects building placement. Ooh, that's good to know. I hate to say it, but I don't even remember what the Rubicon 9000 does. As in what type of equipment it is. Alright, I need to haul off on that because it's getting way ahead of that piece of equipment. Alright, the Great Plains YP4025 will plant sunflower without cultivating. Just got the wrong one. Okay. Let me get this started and then I'll take a quick look at that and we'll see where I messed up. Alright, so now you're saying under cedars. Sorry, under planters. The Great Plains. Oh, it's a huge spray tractor. 48.5 meters. Wow. Right on. Alright, you said the 4025. Is that under cedars? Tragic, do you play Farming Simulator 15 or 17? I think is what Dave Ante's asking you.
You know, I played Farming Sim 17 through Steam, and it had achievements with it.
It did have achievements?
As far as quests go, I can't remember any.
Alright, so I'm in planters, and I have the 2425A, but I don't see another Great Plains in here. Okay. Is it a mod? Or am I just doing something else wrong? Because, you know, I have been known to do that. It is well within my wheelhouse to make mistakes. Hope you didn't need that paint.
Just adds character.
Totally. What do they say? Pain is temporary, chicks dig scars. Something like that. I see you're going after the little guy. Going after the little guy. No worries, no worries. If I really get into doing, I haven't really focused on anything that does sunflowers or corn yet because just been kind of avoiding the crop. But the more and more I play, the more types of things I want to try so that I'm more familiar with the game in general. It's no worries, Silent, no worries at all. I'm one of those people that appreciates any information anytime, even when it's wrong. That is a hell of a cultivator, though. Big, big bud. That tractor is actually really growing on me. This thing is a beast and a workhorse. Not nearly as annoying as I thought it was. You can try and set the cruise at 8 miles an hour and then jump out. Getting speeds to match is pretty annoying. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, it is slowing down a little bit, but not slowing down a lot. But the fact that it does still roll, not too shabs. All right, I need a truck. What am I doing? I'm not paying attention. It even gave me the warning that it was going to stop. Meanwhile, I got a cultivator flying up behind me. Big Papa Timo gumming up the works. You can stop. There we go. Get some of that soybean action going on, guys.
You can tell whoever did this mod too had never spent any time in a truck.
Why is that?
You look back in the sleeper and the head of the bed's on the wrong side.
They're always on the same side?
Generally, the head is over on the driver's side. In the mod, it's on the passenger side.
Any particular reason for that setup?
That's where all the lighting and temperature controls are, is on the driver's side, right behind the driver's seat.
Oh, okay. So you can tell I'm not a trucker. I don't know these things. What are you doing, Bobo? What are you doing? Come here, buddy. You want some scritches? You want some scritches? Where you going? Where you going? There you go. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Go over here and we'll feed you some. Come get some kibble. He's a hungry puppers. Oh, he's a good boy. Alright, what'd you do with your ball? Where is your ball? How am I supposed to play fetch if I don't know where your ball's at? He's not very good at following either. Bobo, what are you doing, buddy? Come on, where's your ball? Alright, I do like having a puppy. I do like having a puppy. Nobody wants the blood rush in their head when they're parked on the shoulders. See, that actually makes even more sense. Are the mod tractors equipment real like the game stuff, or are they just what people want? A little bit of both, Devante. One thing that I've noticed is that they try and keep the realism aspect pretty consistent on a lot of things, whereas some of the mods are just like reskins, so that you can do like swapping paint jobs on harvesters and stuff like that. The Case International and the Massey Ferguson have a lot of the same design aspects, but the paint availability between the two is different in the real world. So some people like the be able to swap out skins and stuff like that. And then you get some things that are just total straight up mods, but as long as it stays within the general realism aspect, they do it. Great thing about the Big Bud is the surplus power. Maintenance errors don't affect the working speed as bad as others. Gotcha. Oh, speaking of which, it is time to do some maintenance. Time to do some maintenance on just about everybody. We should start from the beginning. Thank you for the reminder on the maintenance cost there. I had been noticing the Big Bud needing some maintenance, but I didn't realize that this harvester was real bad and down to 4 miles an hour. I also did not know that the maintenance changed the speed. The maintenance required changes the speed, so that's good to know. Learn something new every day. Oh, Big Bud's back up to 11 miles an hour. Heck yeah. Now on the Welkers map, it seems like the maintenance, the repairs happen more frequently. (1961) AMC looks like a Greyhound, not a school bus. Right on.
Now, 61 AMC, isn't that something like that? That one family had on that movie, Robin Williams movie RV. Wasn't it like that?
Giants monitors mods available on the mod hub. They're fairly realistic. Now PC, on the other hand, allows third-party mods, and a lot of these are not realistic at all. So there is one advantage of playing on the PS4, and that's the added realism. I would like to know what happened to Bobo's ball, though. Bobo, what did you do with your ball, buddy? Where is it? Where is it?
Might have done like Coco and chewed it up.
Where's that good boy? Oh, found it. My guy can't throw for shit. You want some of this? You want some of this? Go get it. Yeah, the pick up and throw mechanic in this game kinda sucks. The reason they happen more frequently is because of the larger fields. You're more productive and thus putting more working hours, maintenance hours on the equipment. Yeah, I get that. But I get the basic premise that you're getting at, but honestly, even doing the same number of working hours on another map where they're pretty much running constantly, still shouldn't change that. But it's part of the map. That's the thing. Reaper was complaining about the prices, and Jenny was complaining about the prices of these particular lots. But it's just part of the map. If you're going to play on Welkers, then you just have to deal with it. Added aspect of the game. No biggie. No biggie. It is, it's a lot to take in, but not so much that your average person can't very quickly pick up this game and enjoy it. That's the thing that I like about it the most. While certain things do have a learning curve, particularly when you get into mods and the different things that they affect. I do like the fact that just about anybody can, well, still squeezing the accelerator at the same time, just about anybody can get into this game pretty quickly and enjoy. And of course, the big thing most people have to realize is there is the financial aspect of the game, and I'm sure a lot of people are not very good at planning finances. So you make sure you acquire all the equipment that you need, that you can do. You might have to buy small to start with. The benefits or downfalls of leasing type things. A lot of people have trouble with finances in general. It's not bad, actually. There's a couple goofy things about this particular map, but again, it's just the map. Take it for what it is. There's a couple things that I wish they would institute on here. Harley and I were talking about, like, when you do co-op maps and stuff like that, if you could set the amount of blocks that you could have per player, that would be cool. as opposed to just a big old communal between the entire map. Which I guess is not a big deal if you don't play co-op and multiplayer. But, you know, with me, Jenny, Reaper, and Trucker all playing, and then throw Galaxy in there and maybe Harley, you get 6 people playing, that's, you know, that's 200 blocks per person before you hit the 1300 limit. That's not a lot of equipment. Right on, Ojaws. I am sure you're going to enjoy this game. It is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun if you like this sort of thing, I should say. If you hate farming simulators, this is not the game for you. Do you actually live in Leonard Skinner's old tour bus? Because if so, that's pretty cool. What would be even funnier is if you're not a Skinner fan. Big Bud. Bud is just trucking along. He is making short work of this ginormous field, guys. He is just a work horse. Alright, you can go ahead and stop backing it up. And let that cultivator go do its thing. Now, Davante, if you actually live in their retired tour bus, where'd you pick that up? Well, I imagine that you weren't the only one interested in that one. Don't know what show that is. Sorry, I don't do TV. I'm assuming you're talking about the Welkers map. Well, that's actually just the map that we're on. Unless I missed some reference. Not like a money map.
I'd asked because I was trying to think of what the 61 AMC looked like, and I was thinking it was the one off that movie RV with Robin Williams.
Oh, gotcha. That's right. You were talking about RV.
Yeah, I was trying to picture it in my head which one it is.
Alright, and that's the John Deere 9RT mod heavy tractor. Alright. It's not like a money map. It's a large map for one who just want to farm. Gotcha. That makes sense, Harley. Now, of course, this guy's backing it up, too. I want to say we have the John Deere 9RT heavy, but I'm not sure. I'll check in just a moment. Alright, so heavy tractors. So the John Deere. Now we have the 8RT. Oh, there's the 9RT. There you go. Are you talking about when you start out, Ojas? Yeah, I did have it in there, silent. There are 3 options to start out. You can either start out with a farm that gives you a little bit of equipment and some land. You can start out fresh where you have $1.2 million to spend and no land, no equipment, or you can do the one where it's ultra realistic, where it's you're flat broke basically, and you got to dig your way out of a hole. So what I would suggest is when you play the first time, take the one on the left, the beginner farmer, so that you have some equipment and the land. You don't have to worry about buying that, and do that. Now also make sure you play the tutorials, because the beginning tutorials will teach you basic operation of equipment. Take the 15 minutes it takes to do that and learn the basics, and then try out that farm there. Now it'll put you on the Ravensport map, and the fields you get 3 fields and a couple tractors and a harvester and everything else like that. It's pretty easy to do. It's not hard to go through the beginning gameplay, but it'll give you a good feel for all of the basics and teach you the finances and everything else like that. So choose the option on the left for the first time you play, and then after you've done that and you've played on that map for a little while, I normally go with the center one, where you start out with the 1.2 mil and get to choose your own stuff. At some point in time I'm going to have to do the hard mode and set all the settings, like the absolute hardest way to do things, so that I get crop damage, have to lime, have to plow, have to weed. That's the other thing. Make sure when you get into settings, I'll show you in just 1 second which settings I'm talking about. But for your first time playing, I would recommend setting all those things so that it doesn't cause crop damage and all that other stuff. Just so that you can get used to playing. One of the things that I hate about a lot of games is some games, when they are difficult to start, saving content, game is paused. Some people get discouraged, and it's actually one of the things that got me into streaming, was when I started playing No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky's in-game tutorials don't really teach you that much about beginner's gameplay. And I was trying to help other people out by doing those beginner's guides. Now these 3 tabs, or these 2 tabs here, are the ones that I'm talking about. So you have your game settings here, timescales, real time. This is what you use to speed things up and slow things down. So if you're playing in real time, or 5 times, it's pretty regular and time goes just like normal. But if you finish planting your fields, Ojas, and you need to speed up so that you're not waiting overnight for everything to go, you can set this to 120 and it will go ahead and cycle through time a lot faster. Economic difficulty, you can do easy, normal, hard. I would suggest easy for the first couple ones. I'm doing it on easy for the stream just because it makes it a little bit easier. Traffic, you probably want to turn it off because there's cars on the road. Dirt, you have normal, fast, off, slow, normal. I just leave the dirt on normal. That's how it gets on your vehicles. Automatic engine start, I always leave it as on, so when you get in, it does that stop and go braking. If you get out of the vehicle, it stops the vehicle for you. Fuel usage default, helper refill. These are all the default settings where they buy that stuff for you. Plant growth, you might want to change this from slow, normal, and fast. I always just put it on fast. Plant withering, turn this off. That way your crops don't rot in the field. Crop destruction, turn that off so when you're driving around you don't destroy your crops. Periodic plowing required. If you want realistic, you leave this on, but if you don't have a plow, you can turn that off. Lime required, that's a type of fertilization. Turn that off. Weeds off. Autosave interval, leave it at 15. Now these are just, like I said, the beginner settings. Once you get better at this, change those to suit your needs a little bit more. And then all of these ones, change your money unit to however you want, whether you want dollars, pounds, euros, whether you want miles or kilometers, whether you want acres, hectares, interactive zone markers, on or off, field info, always good. Now, if you're just going to be playing, leave the radio on. Because there's actually some pretty good music in this game, surprisingly enough. There's a bunch of radio stations you can choose from. If you're streaming, turn the radio off. Because if you play this while you're streaming, the YouTube's automated algorithm will catch copyright ID claims. Every song that's on this particular game has been entered into the database. I got 31 notifications the first night I streamed this. All sorts of fun. But you can mess with your camera sensitivity and your vehicle arm sensitivity and all the steering sensitivity and stuff like that, master volumes. But that's just a general idea of what some of your settings. You are, of course, more than welcome to set it however you want. These are just my suggestions for you. Don't know why this did that. Also, honestly, I don't know why I hired a helper to do that little bit of field. Could have just turned it on myself. Speaking of which, I do want to lower the cultivator. Give this a good old swipe over here. Hopefully that answered your question. Alright, what are you doing? What are you doing? What am I doing? I can't drive for crap right now. What the heck? Yeah, Silent's actually giving you some pretty good advice on that. The grain harvesting tend to be the easiest contracts to do because it's pretty straightforward. You harvest, you drop it in the vehicle, and then you deliver it to wherever they need it. You get used to the map locations. You're going to be starting in Ravensport anyway, so you're going to get used to where everything is on that. Phone is hard. Right on, right on. I can watch the video for Sweet Home Alabama if I want to see your your bus, Devante. Now the other thing, is when you're gonna start learning new equipment, contracts are a great way to do it too. Like if you want to get into beet farming, or potato farming, or cotton farming, or something like that, or hay baling. Instead of buying all the equipment yourself, you can go ahead and do a contract for it, use the rental equipment, and get used to that, and see if you like it, see if you're good at it. When I first started to play this game, I thought I was going to get into hay bales, get into baling technology, so I downloaded all the mods for baling technology. I haven't done any since the very first day that I played. What I did is I switched to forestry. I found that I like the forestry stuff a lot better. Now the goofy thing with forestry is if you really want to make any money on it, you need your trees to be fully grown, which take 12 in-game days at a minimum to get to harvest length. And then you got to go from there. I also made the mistake of planting poplar seedlings instead of saplings, and got all these rows of brush for forage harvesting and cutting into wood chips, and didn't have a clue what to do with all that. Right on, Davante. No big deal, man. I was just curious. I will get the story about your living space one day soon. I kind of figured with a famous vehicle like that, there'd have to be some story behind it. Now, will this just sit there and go, or is it going to be doofy and want to stop? Oh, sure enough, it's going. Big Bud is done. Alright, so let's actually lower the sower. No, we don't want to lower the sower. I don't know if I mind losing that little swath or not. Do the Big Bud butt wiggle in a second. Big Bud. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Alright, I'm on my last pass for the big field, trucker. And then I gotta plant the little field.
Alright.
But I'm on the last pass of that for the cultivator. And then we should be good to go. Silent also brings up a very good point on that. Yeah, the bonus harvest is definitely good on those. Depending on what the harvest is, though, we've had some like cotton. Sometimes you don't get anything extra on cotton, but like if you're doing wheat, barley, oats, canola, and the like, more often than not, like Silent said, you'll make more money off the actual over harvest than you will on the contract. Contract might be for, say, like $40,000, and you'll make $69,000 in the extra harvest. So you end up making, $109,000. And also, don't be afraid to use their equipment for some things, except for like a grain harvest. If you're doing just a wheat or a barley or something like that, you should have a decent truck and tractor, and a decent harvester pretty quick. Those are the things I always recommend you focus on. Get a high capacity harvester with a good head, the widest head you can easily afford, and get a truck as soon as you can. The Warrior for $119,000, and then one of the big trailers. Always good to have. Definitely helpful. Because pretty much when you look at it from a financial standpoint, the more stuff you can carry and the faster you can carry it, the better. Looks like Tragic Trucker has lost his internet connection and rejoined the party. Unfortunately, what, buddy?
Oh, just one of the things I have to deal with here at the Walmart DC.
No worries there, Silent. No, Welkers is not a small map. This is actually a very, very big map. Like Harley said, though, it's pretty much set up for those that want to just farm. It's pretty cool. I might have to get the wash station. Vehicles are starting to look a little skeezy. And Silent, I really appreciate all the information you've been dropping too. That's been super, super helpful. What is going on there? I'm hoping that was like a little blurb caused by trucker joining the server. Otherwise I have a ghost location. Synchronizing data with other players. "45 minutes until fully downloaded." That's not too bad. Our buddy Jenny, I think it took him 3 days, but he uses a mobile hotspot for his internet. Now on the Discord channel that I posted the link to before, I'm going to be putting up a separate channel just for Farming Simulator 19 in there. And it'll have separate areas for discussion and screenshots and the like and everything. So once I get that up, if anybody wants to post anything specific, that would be the place to do it. Ask specific questions, want to discuss mods or different things else like that. You know, that'd be awesome. Oh, it does sound like you're getting electrocuted and buzzing your hair at the same time. Alright. So now, this is not letting me choose. There we go. Let's do corn. And there we go. Alright, Mary Lizzie. Harley, you taking off? Right on. I will see you around, hon. Thanks for sharing all the pictures. I will chat with you tomorrow. Greatest thing you love about this game, the community is great and people are open to share information. It's good to know, Silent, because I was a little leery about a lot of the things with that, because some of the people I've run across are not that open, but I think I just got like a bad batch of folk. And I come from the No Man's Sky community where everybody is super cool, super friendly, super awesome, super helpful in showing of information and everything. So it's good to know that there are other game systems out there that have similar ones. Oh, Davante throwing some Oreos at Mary. Harley, you get some good sleep, hon. Had to get inventive on a few rooms. What were you working on for the building? Oh, hey, look at that. Some pictures of Davante's bus. Super cool, buddy. Ground level's not the same height all around. Did you put the land claims down? Like you were talking? Does that have land claims like 7 days? Big Bud. Well, looks like Big Bud did a swap on the, or swath on the neighbors. Yeah, pretty much every time I get in Big Bud, guys, I'm going to do that in Big Bud. Okay, the wrench on the speedometer is actually the maintenance timer. So as that green line goes down, you need to do maintenance on your vehicles, and to do that, saving content, game is paused. So on your PS4, you hit the center bar, and it'll pull up this screen here. And then you want to do triangle, go to garage. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Garage. And then D-pad over to check different things. I'm going to see if I just did maintenance on everything, so probably don't need any that have it. But you see on the bottom it says sell back leased items. When they need to be repaired, you can repair them through here. But yeah, nothing I have needs repair at the moment. Talking about instituting land claims, but not yet. Just have marked off section on the map. Gotcha. I heard you mention land claims the other night when you were doing a little tour of the base area, and I was curious. Alright guys, while we are finishing up sowing this last field with corn, Big Papa Timo is going to take a smoke break. So I'm going to leave you with an aerial view, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. See you soon. I'm back. I have to agree. We need some scarecrows. Virtual Simulation Gamer, thanks for the sub. Yeah, so you start with a lot of equipment, pretty much about $1 million worth of equipment right off the bat. So if you're solo, Welkers is the way to go. It's a lot of fun. Gotcha, Mary. Now, I don't think we're going to be running super late on tomorrow's episode of Mid-Lunch Crisis. So I don't think we're going to be able to do a lunch raid. I think we're probably going to be finishing up about 12 p.m. Central. I know Reaper's got some adulting to do. So we shall see. We shall see. Alrighty. Still with us, Trucker?
Yep, I'm still here.
In case you guys were wondering, we play a lot of No Man's Sky, and Mary does the pretty much first stream of the day with the community mission. So we all tend to watch her do it so that we know what we have to do later on in the day. And if you guys haven't already, check out Mary Lizzie's channel. Just mouse over something she said in chat. See those 3 little buttons? Go to her channel, hit subscribe, and ring the bell. Check her out. She streams No Man's Sky. She also does a lot of Conan Exiles and has been teaching me all sorts of fun. Now, I will warn you, Mary Lizzie's streams tend to be a little bit more mature in nature. Thus the TVMA in the name. Or how not to do the community mission. Hey, sometimes that's the most important lesson right there, is what not to do. Mary Lizzie's a lot of fun to watch streaming. Listen for the giggle. It's contagious. She has some fun. And who knows, you might even run across me reading off some dirty quotes every once in a while. Alright, so while we are finishing up sowing this field, I think I have 4 more passes to do. Big Papa Timo needs to do a little research. Alrighty. Just looking up some different mods that I can use. All the pines are drooping with the heavy wet snow. Silent Extinction. I've been strung out between FS19 and Crossout between the two. Don't have time for anything else. Been keeping my eye out for a good survival simulator, though. What type of survival simulators do you like? Are you looking for real world stuff like the farming type things, the construction type zombie genre? Do you like the sci-fi genre? If you like the sci-fi, I highly recommend No Man's Sky. It's gotten a bad rap over the years because what it promised in the beginning it was not capable of delivering until the last several months. But that game has come a long way. It is a lot of fun. So if you like the space base, that's a good one. If you like zombie type things, I play 7 Days to Die. I like that a lot. Mary Lizzie plays Conan Exiles, another survival-based open world. DayZ, I've heard some really good things about. It's a little bit hard to get started. You really have to work for it to get to the higher levels, but once you do, it's a lot of fun from what I understand. I've seen some gameplays of The Forest, which is interesting survival. I think the inventory system is very, very clunky in that one. Not a big fan of that. And if you like aquatic things, there's always Subnautica. Fantasy Conan Exiles, there you go. Mary Lizzie, the resident expert on Conan Exiles. Now, I've been tempted to do Forestry Simulator and Construction Simulator, but with all the things I'm doing these days, I've got Farming Simulator, I got 7 Days to Die, I got No Man's Sky, I got some Fallout 4 I've started to play. I don't want to get spread too thin. I know there's a couple content creators out there like Petreeks and Gaming Mike that do a lot of everything. I tend to try and focus a little bit more on the things that I enjoy the most, which is why I do the 7 days, the No Man's Sky, and then this. Excuse me. Auto Mechanic Simulator. Interesting. So you want post-apocalyptic without zombies. Like I said, I just started to get into Fallout 4. I've never played 76, so I don't know how good that is. Are you looking for solo, single player, multiplayer, open worlds? Survival scenarios that focus on building. Okay. Wish they had Scum for console. I'm not familiar with Scum, actually. Life is Futile. There's a good one. Never did actually get a chance to play that. Worm. Although that's... Worm is more of a fantasy-based one. Worm was interesting. I mainly played World of Warcraft and EVE Online for my gathering type of things in my building stuff, but had to get away from PC and went to console, so ended up getting stuck with that. But like I said, No Man's Sky from a space-based one is pretty cool, but the post-apocalyptic one, you're probably gonna have to be looking at titles like like Fallout and the like. Alright, we are on the final pass here. Once I get this one done tragic, I will speed up time for us, buddy.
Oh, no worries. I've been sitting here plotting my next move and what I'm going to plant next.
Let's go see Bobo. What are you doing, Bobo? You need some food, buddy? What's Bobby doing? What's the puppy doing? You want some scritches? Come here. That's a good poppers. That's a good poppers. Here, come here, have some food. Here you go. Some kibble for Bobos. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Alright, so the interaction with the dog is a little goofy at times. Helper G has completed their task. Where is Helper G? There's Helper G. Awesome. Alright, let's speed up time. Saving content. I went the wrong way to speed up time. If I could turn back time.
No, I've been driving this truck around so much, it's going to need a bath before I even work with it. I did spend about 80 grand though. I updated my harvester and the hopper there, so a little bit of a setback.
what I need to do is I need to drop one of these heads. Go put my other harvester head on. So that I can actually get this corn. I hope this is worth it. It was a little bit of an investment for all that stuff. Digital Dune kitties. There you go. And particularly when you got the hay bales and the like, you definitely need a cat to get all the mice and stuff. And the grain silos. Alright, Mary. Good thing to know you've taken your night meds. I've already taken mine. I'm kind of loopy. Thought about having a beer, but then I realized that that's probably not the wisest of ideas. Oh my God. Thank you, Mary.
So I take it those are double stuffed there, Devontae?
Speed Oreos. Double stuffed. Man, now I want some Oreos. Damn it, we need to stop talking about Oreos. My inner fat kid is just screaming. It's kind of funny, all of our cats love it when it snows. Because everybody will track a little bit of snow in the house and they get to play with it. But they won't go anywhere near being outside for it. The dog, on the other hand, Bingo, he loves the snow. That's his favorite thing to do. It can be extremely cold outside and he's not happy. He hates the rain and everything, but you put snow on the ground and that dog he's all over the place.
That sounds like Coco. Her first experience with snow was this winter. And I tell you what, she discovered it, loves it, and every time it snows now, she begs me to go outside.
Nice. Big Bud. You know, I really don't like Heineken. I'm not a fan of skunky beers. And for such a mass-produced beer, that is very, very skunky. Now I live in Pennsylvania, so we have Yingling here. I like ambers. I like lagers. And Yingling is a good beer. Hey, I just want to say thanks to everybody. I got 7 people watching and 9 thumbs ups. You guys are awesome. Love ya. We are playing Farming Simulator 19 as if you didn't already know. We are on the Welkers map. Doing a little bit of farming. Currently have $415,000 in the bank. Got some corn growing over here. Got some soybeans growing over here. And we have sped up time to get through the night, the long dark night, so that we can harvest. Going to be my first harvest of corn. When I bought field 16, it had sunflowers in it, so I actually got a sunflower corn header for one of the harvesters and haven't used it since then. So we're going to see what the return on the corn is. This is actually a relatively large field that we have down here. Let me show you on the map what we are talking about. Field 18 is corn. 15 and 16 are combined now. That's one big field, and that's all soy. My next acquisition is probably going to be field 14. Then I'll round out the whole trinity there and get 17 and have one giant field over there. And then I'm going to focus down here. This is my future acquisition down below 1, and I'm going to turn that into the timber farm and the homestead. But that's expensive. Mary Liz says her youngest cat used to like the snow, but she's 12 now and lazy. Amen. So, in extension, I like the high field prices. They force you to play the map longer and adapt your crops to the market. That is a good point. Honestly, I need to pay a little bit better attention to what the market is looking for. Because I've just been kind of playing at it. See what's in demand and what the prices are. But I also don't have a problem that if I start farming some of this stuff and my prices are tanking, I will put some silos up and start holding on to things. I've reached that buffer zone where I can afford to probably go 2 days without making a single sale and not feel the pinch too hard. Yingling is a very good one. The only one I like, Sam Adams, not too bad either. Sam Adams, I'm assuming. Depends on the Sam Adams. Their straight lager is not bad, but some of their more crafty beers, I think they've gone a little too far with. Alright, so that set of soy should be done. Yes, it is. That's looking good. Everybody is prepped and ready to go. The corn has come in. We're going to start the harvest. I'm going to keep letting the time go until we get sunrise. That way you guys can see a little bit better. Now, one of the other things I need to start doing in the very, very near future is I need to start collecting hay and straw. So I'm going to have to change these discharges to drop off stuff in the back. No, we're always silent. I always make it a habit when I get into people's streams of the people that I follow and that I like. Try and remember to always do the thumbs up off the bat. And I don't do too many thumbs downs. You really gotta be doing something wrong in your content for me to give you a thumbs down. Because if I don't like something, what I'll normally do is just tell the person what they're doing I don't like so that maybe they can change, and I just won't watch their content. No big deal. But then again, I'm also not offended by a thumbs down personally. It's all analytics to me. Which is kind of funny because I just looked down and hey, I've got a thumbs down. Awesome. We call those Australian thumbs ups because they live down under and the direction has changed. Honestly though, with the way YouTube analytics works, the thumbs up, thumbs down, it doesn't really matter which direction that thumb is pointing. It's all user interaction. So what I suggest to people watching is if you don't like somebody's content, before just getting in there and mashing that thumbs down, you might want to drop them a message. Tell them what they're doing you don't like. But, you know, hey, also be polite about it. Don't be a douche. We're out here streaming for everybody else's entertainment. We're here for you. If you want to see something different, let me know, and I'll try and do my best to accommodate. What are the black land ones? Or you mean on the map, Devante? These ones over here, like 1 or now 19 or 3? Or when I do it like that? When I do it like this, they haven't been sold yet. When I do it like that, there's just nothing in the field at the moment. See, I've removed the crops from this section. So when you look at this, if you look at the filters on the right, it tells you what's growing in those fields. And then if I switch it here, it shows you what the current growth is, whether or not it's been fertilized. So if it's black like this, there's nothing there. Up here in Jenny's, he's cemented all of this off as his work area. So there's just nothing planted there. There's no crop to be recognized. We have done one pass and we are at 74% on the corn. Wow. That is a heck of a yield, guys. We're going to have to go back here and see what's up. St. Pauli Girl Special Dark. You know, I haven't had a St. Pauli Girl in... God, it has to be 20 years. Just never really a brand that I got into. I'll check to see if they have... I don't drink a lot, and I don't drink a lot of beer. But when I do, I'm kind of picky on a lot of the things that I like. I do like ambers. So Yingling, as a traditional lager, even though it's not an amber, it's still a pretty good mix for me. I like that. Killian's Irish Red as a mass-produced beer for an amber is actually pretty decent. And then the one that really surprised me was Budweiser's, I want to say the 1876 or whatever it was, the special, was actually really good. Samuel Smith's Nut Brown Ale, right on. And then their Oatmeal Stout. I'm not a big fan of oatmeal stouts. They're just a little too thick for me. Kind of like Guinness is just a little too thick for me. I think one of my biggest problems was when I was younger, I used to get migraines all the time, and the thicker, darker beers triggered that a lot, so I avoided a lot of that. It's kind of like hoppy beers. I'm not a big fan of hoppy beers either. I know I'm a little particular. It sounds like I'm kind of whining about my beer and everything, but not really whining. I like what I like, and that's what I want. So, you know, kind of like when I drink other things, I drink vodka, and my personal preference is for Absolute, and I like their old red label, their 100 proof, not the blue label, which is the 80 proof, but they don't make it anymore. They turn the red label into Absolute Pepper, which no. Their Courant is actually really good, but when it comes down to it, we have a local cheap vodka that's like $12 for 11.75 liters. Gets the job done. Yeah, I'm probably mixing it with iced tea anyways, so doesn't have to be the best stuff in the world. But yeah, if I can remember, I will try the St. Pauli Girl Dark. No worries, Devante. Like I said, once you play it for a little while, you pick up on new things. I'm sure you'll see a whole bunch of stuff. I don't really use the filter too often, so I haven't really pointed it out in the streams. But the more you watch, the more you learn. Like I would, until you guys were going around collecting thralls last night, I didn't know how you went around in Conan to get people. I didn't know you had to use the bonk sticks. I thought you could just go out and kind of tame them like a pet or an animal in other games. Mary Lizzie prefers a faster kick. Hot damn, 100 proof. I got a buddy of mine. He drinks Svedka vodka, which is Finnish. And the funny thing was, like I said, I do a lot of these nerd LARP events. So when we do a lot of those, we tend to drink around the campfire at night. And we were at this one event, and local food truck guy was there as the food provider for the event, and he's Russian, and he drinks specifically Svedka vodka, and he knows his vodka pretty well. That's his off-the-shelf brand. So we've picked up on the Svedka. I personally don't like it as much as the cheap crap that I'm buying around here, or the Absolute, but it's definitely a very serviceable liquor. The bonk stick. Yeah, last night's Conan was actually really, really educational for me. I was so close, actually, to getting it when I saw it was in the PlayStation Store for 20 bucks. I know that's console and that doesn't do you any good, but I might at least get to learn the gameplay and play around for a little bit before I got the PC version. Which, of course, I need the PC for first. PC version of Conan. See, I've never been a big fan of Grey Goose. But then again, I have kind of strange taste. Surprisingly enough, one of my favorite liquors is actually Sambuca, because I love black licorice and star anise as a flavoring. A lot of people can't drink Sambuca, though. They have to mix it with a lot of other things. I can do shots of Sambuca all day long. But, yeah, as far as a lot of name brands on stuff, I don't bother. I'm too cheap for that. If I'm drinking, I'm not drinking for the cultured flavor of a lot of things. I'm drinking for the feel goods. Alright, we're going to get Big Bud into place. See, I can't do, I'm not a big fan of Jack Daniels. I can do some Captain. I don't mind rum. Hey, we got a Jenny joining the server. Do the Big Bud butt wiggle. Now, as far as rums go, I actually prefer Kraken. I think it's a little pricey after a while. Kraken's not cheap. Synchronizing data with other players. Jenny coming in the house. Trucker, can you pop out and see if that chat room is set to private? I don't think it is, but if it is, need to send Jenny an invite. Yeah, there you go. The 1800 Legacy Malt. That was very surprisingly good. I was definitely impressed with that. Yeah, the hoppiness of the IPAs is definitely not my favorite. The other thing I don't like a lot of citrus in beers, which is another trend these days where people are adding a lot of the citrus flavors. Not my favorite Um, Now, ironically, probably my favorite beer of all time, and this is very, very situational because I grew up in Maryland, so Chesapeake Bay Blue Crabs is in my blood. If you were sitting down to a crab feast with your family, whole bunch of Old Bay seasoning all over your fingers, all over your mouth, all over everything, Miller Genuine Draft, when it's ice cold, is probably the best crab-eaten beer ever. It just goes perfectly with Chesapeake Bay crabs. But like I said, that's super, super situational, and I probably wouldn't drink MGD any other way. But in that particular situation, it's amazing. Gosh, Davante. Never been a big whiskey fan, never been a big bourbon fan. Can't do Southern Comfort at all. Um, just not my style. There's something about the flavor on those that I just can't get behind. Um, and as far as vodkas go, if I'm drinking vodka, the less flavor the better. Vodka's really not supposed to have a taste to it. And then as far as beers go, I don't like the things that leave that bitter, crappy taste in your mouth. So a lot of the high hoppy ones, the skunky beers, and the citrus ones, they sit around too long in your mouth. You know, cleansing your palate is very important to me. Bailey's strawberry cream for shots. Can't argue that. Ex-girlfriend of mine, she used to be a big mudslide fan, particularly the TGI Fridays mudslide, which is a highly addictive way of drinking booze. Chopin, yeah. Some Oreos for Jenny. I don't know if I lost Trucker either. Tragic if you're there, man. You're still muted.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just, it's net time.
You're getting kind of laggy on me again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Good old Walmart internet connection.
Well, I'm looking into a setup kind of like Wolfie has. You know, she has that mobile hotspot that runs off a SIM card.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to AT&T, trying to get the best deal I can. I'm gonna get me a little mobile Wi-Fi hotspot for my truck.
Gotcha.
The best part is that going through my company, I actually get a discount. So
Very nice. All right, we're gonna get Big Bud rolling. Gots to get the trucks on the move. $421,000. Bacardi 88, yeah. Parrot Bay actually makes a pretty decent rum too. Now the one drink I could never get into never is gin. I cannot drink gin. Every time I even smell gin, I think that I'm going to be licking a Christmas tree. The juniper berry liquors are just not my thing. And I've had some really good, really expensive gins before. Just, again, not my cup of tea. Big Bud. Ooh, apparently we have a bump over there, guys. Helper H has a full grain tank. I don't know which one of you has Helper H, but they are a full. Ah, good old Cheddars. I haven't been to a Cheddar's in a while. They're few and far between here on the East Coast. I think the closest one to me is actually Wheeling, West Virginia. There's a Cheddar's there by the, it's a big Cabela's. And they have a Cheddar's. You drink enough liquor and they all work as a painkiller. See, Silent, you and I seem to have a lot of the same drinking tastes. We might have to hook up sometime one of these summers to go get some crabs or something, drink some beers. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but, hey man, if you're ever out my way, bring me some crabs. Unfortunately, since I moved away from Maryland, I only live 3 hours away from Washington, D.C., but I am a solid 5 hours away from Chesapeake Bay. And any real good place to get crabs, I'm even further, 6-7 hours. But it's painful. I've been up here for 15 years and haven't had good blue crabs since then. And I'm hesitant to have them, pick up some from delivery or anything else like that, just because you never know how long they've been in that truck. And crabs are one of those things that you need to get them fresh, and they need to be delivered live, and they gotta all be happy before you put them in to steam them. And yeah, it also depends on how the crabs are cooked. That's one of the other good things about MGD, is it's really good as a cooking beer too. When you're steaming your crabs, if you put a couple bottles of MGD, that's the other thing, gotta be bottles, can't be cans. Can't stand beer out of cans. The aluminum just pretty much wrecks all flavors. Put a couple bottles of MGD in there when you're cooking that with a whole bunch of Old Bay seasoning. It's got to be Old Bay too. Can't get that off-brand Chesapeake Bay seafood seasonings. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a snob when it comes to Old Bay. But we Marylanders, we'll put that stuff on anything. I put it on popcorn all the time. That's actually one of my favorite spices to put on popcorn. I'm a weirdo about popcorn though. I will dip popcorn into mustard. That's one of my favorite little snacks. Unbuttered, unsalted popcorn and dip it in mustard. Good old French's Yellow. Alright, gotta move the trailer on the ad. Whoop. Just gave that harvester a little kiss. Big Bud. It's just fun to say. Silent Extinction says that mobile hotspot is not recommended for console gaming. Way too expensive and will likely cap out in the first week. Surprisingly enough, though, depending on the plan you get, Jenny, who's now playing with us, he does a mobile hotspot through Verizon. He lives out in the middle of Nowheresville, Kentucky, and doesn't have a good ISP near him. No good service provider, and sometimes he's okay, sometimes he's not. It all depends on what the local traffic is, but mobile hotspots have gotten a lot better over the last couple of years. The technology, the 5G technology going off the towers, not too shabs these days. Definitely not as good as the cable that I have, but then again, I mean, cable's not the best either. I could have a fiber line. If I lived in a major metro area like where I was living in Maryland, we had fiber being run to all of our houses by Verizon when I left. And Comcast, the cable network I had down there, they had better internet speeds and HD services down there 15 years ago compared to what I have here in the town I live in now. See, now you went on to gin, though, Silent, so that's where I draw the line. We're not drinking gin together. You can drink the gin, I'll drink the vodka. Big Bud is just trucking right along. He is hauling ass. Helper F has a nearly full grain tank, 80%. Alright, well, I have Helper H and Helper G. Jenny has Helper F. Goodness, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Did not realize. Alright, we're going to pause that helper. See how close to the edge Big Bud is here. Oh, that's fine. We can do another run with Big Bud. 66% on the corn. Here's my harvester. Thanks, Davante. Always a pleasure, buddy. Appreciate the cookies. I will be seeing you around. I'm sure I'll catch you on a stream sometime later on today. Don't forget, we got mid-lunch crisis, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard. If you're not awake yet, I will totally understand. We're going to be on Fear the Reapers channel today, not Big Papa Timo's. If you get the chance, swing on by. And if you're sleeping, get some rest. I'm in western Pennsylvania. I am 60 miles east of Pittsburgh. Live in a small city by the name of Johnstown. Alright, we are at 91% of a truck on corn. I'm going to wait till that truck gets full before I sell it, because I want to see what a full load of corn goes for. Soybeans, on the other hand, we are still below 50%. Yeah, see, growing up around Washington, D.C., I never really had an intention of living in western Pennsylvania until one day I went to work and my office was 2.6 miles away from my house. And it took me 4 hours to travel 2 exits on the highway to get to work. And that was the day I realized that I could no longer stand living in a major metropolitan area and having millions of people stuck in traffic with me. So my wife and I started to look for real estate, and some friends of ours were from Latrobe, Pennsylvania. They decided to move back to Latrobe, and they started looking at houses, and they suggested that we look up around that way too. And Johnstown is about 30 miles away from Latrobe, not quite 30 miles, actually it's about 20, but it's on the other side of the mountain. And found out that Johnstown, Pennsylvania has the cheapest real estate on the east coast of the U.S. Mustard and pepper popcorn. I used to get it in southeast Massachusetts. I didn't realize that was a thing. Honestly. Not a big fan of butter on my popcorn. And I got to be a little bit heart conscious these days because I had a heart attack a few years ago. So I can't do a lot of salt. So I do the... ooh, Big Bud is flying in here. Hold on, Big Bud. Ooh, ooh. Stop. Let these two trains pass. Just lost a little bit of... let's do the Big Bud butt shuffle. Started to do the Old Bay on popcorn, and started to do popcorn in general with no butter, no salt. Fairly heart-friendly snack. Plus I have a bunch of little kids and they like popcorn. And popcorn's relatively healthy for the little ones too. And fairly inexpensive. When you're trying to get 6 kids snacks, saving money is always a wonderful thing. Alright, we're gonna stop Big Bud there. Big Bud, you're gonna take a break for a few minutes there, buddy. You were hauling a little too much ass. Alright, there's another 7,000 in that particular harvester. That should put us full on this one. And then we can see how much a full load of corn is going to give us. boop. There we go. Ouch. Those are some god-awful numbers. Because if you're correct on the megs, that's bad. I'm currently on 100 meg down and a 12 up. And it's barely sufficient to do what I'm trying to do. I see Jenny talking, but he's not in chat. 63,878 for a full harvest. Now, of course, I did not bother to check prices before I did that. There's the Jenny.
Sorry, I was eating some chicken patties.
No problem. No problem.
I didn't want to be accidentally munching in somebody's ear.
Appreciate it. Of course, all this talk of food's making Big Papa Timo hungry. What's worse is my 20-year-old daughter, who angrily woke me up the other day by stomping up the stairs and slamming the door. She has half a dozen hot wings downstairs in the fridge.
Ooh.
That I know are there. Dad is thinking about making a wing raid. And so when she angrily stomps up the stairs tomorrow morning, if she sees her wings are gone, I'll be like, paybacks are a bitch. Wake me up after 4 hours of sleep by stomping and slamming doors. I'll eat your wings. I would never. Yeah, I would. No, I wouldn't. I'm not that kind of guy. Yes, I am.
Yeah, you would.
It's wings, man. It's wings.
There's no denying that we want to do those such things. We're parents.
I try not to. But she's actually a good kid. So even though she was stomping up the stairs and slamming doors and woke me up the other day, she's got a pretty decent head on her shoulders. She's got a decent job. She helps pay bills. And every once in a while she brings home wings for her dad. Just last night was not one of those nights. So Jenny, I don't know if you're watching the stream, but I got a dog. His name is Bobo.
You got a dog on here?
Yeah, I got a dog on here.
How did you end up getting a dog?
So if you go in animals, there's a dog house. You put the dog house down and you get a dog. You can play fetch with him. You can get him to follow you. You can pet him. Who's a good boppers?
On this map, it allows you to have a dog with the dog house.
Yep.
Does he follow you?
Yeah, if you have him follow you. Now, when you drive away with a car, he just sits there and waits for you. It's so sad.
Oh, he's such a good little puppy.
Yeah, that's
Hi.
Bobo. That's Bobo. What's up, Bobo? What's up, buddy? You give him belly scritches. He rolls down on the ground. You can feed him.
I just fed him. Come.
And then he's got a ball that you can pick up and throw. He'll play fetch. But the ball rolls away. I don't know where our ball went.
I found the ball.
Ooh, Helper B has a full grain tank. Bad Papa Timo not paying attention. Well, good morning, everybody. Looks like I got 8 people watching. How is everyone doing? Don't know who the new watcher is, but welcome. We're playing
And
some
he's
Farming
gone.
Simulator 19. I still show 8. I've been scaring them off real quick. Every time I say something, they disappear. But we've had a couple new ones pop in. We've had Silent Extinction in here for a couple hours. And they actually went and downloaded the Welkers map. They're playing on Welkers now. Oh, now the new person's gone.
Can you hop in the truck with me?
No, he doesn't get in the truck. Which I think
In
is
the pic-
unfortunate. I think they should jump. Like, if you have a pickup truck, that dog should totally hop in there. What's going on, Ben? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
He's a runner. Now, is yours black and white and brown too?
Yes. Like the Australian sheepdog.
Yeah. So there's no point of trying to find a different color then.
No, apparently, I was talking to Harley earlier, and she said that's the dog, that's the exact dog that comes with it. So,
It's probably the family dog, like the family home,
yep.
that talks to you.
It's a little creepy that the house talks to you.
Yeah.
Well, Ben, do you play Farming Simulator 19? Or are you just like checking it out to see if you're going to be interested? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but that's what we do here. Patton, what are you doing up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Are you a real farmer? Because real farmers get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I would not want to be a real farmer. Been thinking about buying it, but you're in 2 minds. Well, are you on PlayStation? Or are you on Xbox? Or are you on PC? What platform are you playing on?
Go home.
You're on PlayStation. Alright, so if you're wondering about buying it, one of the options you have, and this is what I did. I got a 7-day trial on PS Now, the PlayStation Now, and this is one of the games you can download and play as part of the PlayStation Now. So you can always do that and test it out to see if you actually like it before buying it. Or you can just get the monthly subscription to PlayStation Now for $9.99 a month. You have full access to the game, and it is the downloadable version. You don't have to stream it, so you don't get lag for anything else like that. There's a bunch of other games in there though, but I actually did that specifically for Farming Simulator 19 because I didn't want to spend. Excuse me. I didn't want to spend like $60 on a game that I wasn't sure about. So I totally understand. Now, if you like simulation games, this one's actually pretty good, pretty relaxing. If you're looking for action, though, this is not the place to be. If you're looking for anything other than a relaxing time farming and having to plan things out, this is the way to go that way, though. Yeah, they have a 7-day trial. If you haven't used the PS Now, or if you haven't used the PS Now in a certain amount of time, you can do the free 7-day trial. And we're back up to 53% on the corn. So that would be my suggestion, because it is, it's a commitment. Now the other thing is, once you start playing this, if you've only got 30 minutes a day to play, not the best game for you unless you can get all your stuff set up real quick and then let it run. you do need to invest some time. I've been streaming this one for 5 hours now, and we've only gone 2 days. It takes, you know, roughly 2 real-life hours per day on a lot of these things, especially when you get into some of the bigger fields, and depending on how you want to build out your farm and what type of activities you want to get to. Harvesting is not fast. Now you can, of course, speed up time between sowing and growing, so that you can put it on 120 speed to speed up overnight so that your crops are ready to go, but you can only harvest so fast. So bear that in mind as well. And hey, if you actually want to see more gameplay of Farming Simulator 19 before you decide to buy, you're more than welcome to subscribe to the channel. I've got some content up there already. I've done a whole bunch of streams of this. That way you'll get notifications of when I'm playing. If you want to see something in particular, let me know. If there's anything gameplay-wise you'd like to see somebody else try before you try it yourself, hit me up, and I'm going to drop a link in there for my Discord channel. You're more than welcome to join, and I will be putting a Farming Simulator 19 specific channel in there to discuss all things Farming Simulator. I do a bunch of different content. I play a lot of No Man's Sky, some 7 Days to Die. I've been playing some Fallout 4 that I'm going to start streaming. But primarily what I've been doing over the last couple weeks is Farming Simulator. A lot of fun. And hey, don't forget, you can get a dog in this game. We're gonna pet the pooch. Oh, that's a good puppers. That's a good boy. Come here, have some food. His name is Bobo. Got him today. We just named him. Right on. If you need a relaxing game, this is definitely one of the most relaxing games I've ever come across. Honestly, definitely a good one for relaxation. All right, let's get Big Bud. Turn back around.
Poppa T, that's gonna do it for me, man.
All right, Tragic. Always a pleasure, brother. You get some rest, man. Don't want you falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I got about 6 hours and I gotta be ready to go. So I will holler at y'all tomorrow.
Right on,
Later.
buddy. Be safe. We'll see you around. Right on. If you want to, then you definitely want to subscribe to the channel there, Ben. We are getting ready to start up a revisited map of 7 Days to Die, where it'll be me, my buddy Fear the Reaper, and Jenny all playing some 7 days, and we've been working on a map for a good base for quite a while. I think we're on day, I think he said 47. He got his bag back. I'm talking about Reaper. Reaper was trying, it's on his server. He went into the base and totally forgot that we have zombies spawn in the base at times, and they broke their way through one of the sidewalls, so he got his face eaten several times. He finally got his stuff back, and then he went and hid on the roof. It was letting the map run for a little while because we had to get rid of a couple glitches by letting the map run for some time. And he died on the roof a couple times too, so I think the bees got him. I think he forgot that we had bees nearby.
Bees are a killer.
Bees are a killer. Alright, is it me or did the stream just stutter? Did you guys see that? Or is it just my interwebs? It's possible it's just my interwebs. My computer does have the dumb sometimes. It's actually kind of funny. My phone has a faster internet connection than my PC, because the network card on my phone is a 50 meg limitation. Now, see, when we build our bases, we build it. We kind of build for entertainment value. Jenny is our resident builder. He likes to build pretty cool kill boxes and stuff so we can go out and go out for Horde nights and show off the kill streams instead of just hiding. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Now, I try not to die personally. My goal is to not die on a map at all. Jenny likes to take a little bit more risk than I do, and Reaper, who's still kind of new to the game, he keeps dying in new and creative ways, either by radiation, killer bees, not paying attention to the base, and realizing zombies can get in and kill him. But yeah, we have a lot of fun with our 7 days to die. Having friends that get bored with a game always sucks. Always sucks. That's why we try and kind of mix it up a little bit and play some different games together. We were doing a lot of 7 days, and it was getting a little old and boring for a while there. It got repetitive. So we started to do some Farming Simulator 19, and before this gets boring, we're going to run back to some 7 days again, and I still do the No Man's Sky. But yeah, when you're trying to play with friends and your friends get bored, that sucks. Reminds you what, Jenny?
Apex, new character Forge. I believe.
I saw that.
Name.
Yeah, Forge is going to be the new character and a new sniper rifle. Yeah.
Yep. Same map. They're just going to pretty much do what they did with King's Canyon. A new rank, so instead of being an Apex Predator as the highest,
it'll be the Masters.
No, Apex Predator is the highest still, but to replace where Apex Predator is now, they're going to Apex Masters. But only the top 500 people
get to be a Predator.
Yes, in your council, but you can get demoted.
Ooh.
Yes.
Possible demotions. That's
so. You know, with this new sniper rifles along the energy line, they said it charges it up just before it shoots.
Gotcha.
Not like the charge rifle. I'm hoping not, because I seen what that sniper rifle looked like. That thing would look crazy.
Well, they did say that they were with getting rid of the energy mags, that it would make more sense with Season 4. So if they're coming out with a new energy sniper, that explains it. Makes more sense.
Yeah, I'm just hoping it's like more along the lines like the triple take than the charge rifle.
You know what it probably is? It's probably like the triple take with the precision choke.
Yeah.
For the charge up.
That would be nice. Instead of 3 bullets, make it 1, because trying to shoot them 3 are kind of a little hard at times.
Well, I actually like the triple take with the 3 rounds, especially close quarters. Using that thing like a shotgun up close.
Yeah,
triple take to the face was always fun.
I've been getting on after you get off. I've been having some good games though. I got on her yesterday after you got off. Had 2 5-kill games back to back. Met a rando with a mic. Invited them.
Ben, I appreciate the sub. If you're going to drop it on there, that'd be awesome.
But I can't wait. Season 4.
Nice.
I think that's when we'll all be back to playing. Or well, I should say me and you would be back there once in a while. I don't know about Reaper. Reaper seemed like he wasn't all too much into it at times.
He wanted to. I think he was just a little upset about the fact that it didn't stream very well. He thought that it would have been a better reaction for the stream, and
yeah.
You know, as far as streaming goes, he's still learning his niche, And Apex is a very, very hard niche to get into as a streamer. And
Yeah.
I honestly, with me, I got so burnt out on Apex there for a little while, and I'm still to that point. I haven't quite gotten my love of Apex back yet. But we'll see. Season four might help. We still got a couple.
Well,
weeks
that's
to
the
go.
thing is you don't get many changes. That's the problem. You get maybe a mid-season change. That's about it. They'll
Now, see
spice.
that was the other rumor, that with the changeover from World's Edge for the first half of season 4 and then King's Canyon for the second half,
Only for rank. Only for rank.
We might get the second champion or the second legend halfway through the season.
When I watched the dev dive on YouTube with the Apex, they didn't say anything of that. They just mentioned split for the rank. You do World's Edge first half of the season on World's Edge, and then second half at King's Canyon.
Gotcha. We shall.
I mean,
see.
I'm not saying it could happen. But they were trying to not spill everything, but let certain things out.
Yeah, well, with Dev Talk in particular, they're not gonna spill the beans too early. Not gonna spill the beans too early. But I know the data miners have found a lot of interesting stuff in the files, and the tooltips and the icon for Revenant are still there.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is they know the data miners are doing this stuff, so looking around, because the one guy said in the dev talk that he finds it interesting with all these people data mining and everything else, and all this new talk of what's coming and this, that, and the third. So a lot of that stuff I think they just put in there just for people to find and hope that it's coming, in a sense. Because they've been data mining that game since it came out, and we haven't gotten half the stuff that they found.
No, we've gotten more than half the stuff that they found. They haven't done too many sneaky things in there, except for things that they were gonna put in that they decided not to.
Yeah. But they did admit to putting Easter eggs in the game now. They finally, they've been there, but...
Oh, they've been there since day one, though. I mean, there's a ton of Easter eggs, like with the little Loch Ness Monster thing. They're all over the place.
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks, Ben. I will see you around. Let me know if you need anything, man.
Me personally, I can't wait. I can't play Apex as much as I want to. It gets boring playing by yourself.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've always been more of a shooter guy than a relaxing guy.
Yeah, well, the shooters have never really been my thing, so it's still difficult for me to get back in there. All right, Mary Lizzie, I will see you around, hon. Try and catch you tomorrow for your stream. Whoop, I misplaced that one. I gotta move that truck over. I'm actually gonna be wrapping this stream up here shortly. I've been at it for 6 hours. I think that is plenty long enough to be streaming. Alright, the corn is done. So while we got that, let's get the corn out of the way.
If your fields are done being planted by the time I'm not fit because I'm not finishing harvesting my field, but sure fields are
Oh,
down.
I'm not even close to finishing planting right now. I got one field that I actually have to cultivate first and then plant it because I'm doing corn and sunflower.
I gotta actually harvest my whole field and change up my planting thing because I'm missing like a whole strip down my field.
Mm-hmm.
Not like from end to end, but along the concrete pad up here. And I don't know why.
Because of the concrete pad?
No, the cedar planter goes right over it.
Mm.
And it just blows my mind, so I want to try something. I want to change up the seeding process. But I can't either because I am on the edge of the map. The way I want to try it, it's gonna leave spots on the edge of the map. Never mind.
'Tis what it is.
Yeah. They didn't leave a good buffer zone on this map.
Well, they just maximize the use of the fields.
Yeah.
Helper H has a nearly full grain tank. That's mine.
I was gonna say mine's only at 71%.
So yours will be warning us soon enough.
Yeah.
Oh, smacked right into the tractor trailer. No worries, Silent. Appreciate you coming back.
Nope.
Got my cornfield done. It is almost all cultivated, so 2 more passes of that and I should be able to plant that one. In the meantime, I'm going to drop off this corn header, put my grain header back on. Helper F has a nearly full grain tank, 80%. That is yours.
Yep.
Line up the harvest from this side. Get this one rolling again. Keep on rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah, you don't have to chase anything because they just drop off the bales for you and everything else like that, but it's interesting. I haven't done too much on the cotton end of things. Mainly because it's just not really my forte. But like I said, I will get into doing some other things. I think the next thing I'm going to focus on, because I got into timber pretty well on the other map. Once I get the timber rolling here, I'm probably going to pick up, when I pick up 14 and 17, the other 2 fields on this side, probably going to turn one of these into like a beet or a potato or sugar cane. section to get into some new farming styles, because I haven't done any of those yet. Test that out, that way I can show off some additional content. Try and give the people what they're looking for. Just cycling through all the vehicles to see what their current maintenance needs are. Everybody's at least at 75%, so I think I'm good for a little while now. Yeah, now the other thing with the contract stuff is contracts are really good for learning the basics of something. I also like to get in there and figure out which pieces of equipment suit my personal tastes. So the contract equipment is not always the best. I mean, it does always get the job done, and it normally gets the job done fairly efficiently, so it's a good place to start. But I am always curious as to what other options are. Let's get Big Bud rolling again. And then the other thing that I really want to do, I want to get into working with bales a little bit more. I do like the idea of baling technology and the likes. Now what I was doing a lot on the other map was I was leaving the trails behind, the harvesters, and picking up the straw that way, but I was using a forage wagon. I wasn't really focusing on the baling technology itself. And then with the silage bunkers, that's how I was doing my silage. Now we have the one mod in here as well for the silos. This one's actually kind of neat. I don't know if you've seen this one or not. But the extra large multi-fruit, this one pretty much holds everything. Everything can go in there. And it holds 500,000 liters of everything. And it also has laser beams coming down out of the silo, so you can see where it's going to dump. That was super useful. And then if you want the single version, you got one of those. And then the triple bunker silo was super useful. Don't like the farmhouse.
Yeah, did the lighted bunker ever download for you?
It did download, but I still haven't been able to find it.
Might have to select it.
I deselected everything and selected all. So it should be there. Now see, Jenny's got all these sheds that he's put up too. I don't know what happened to Shed 2. Shed 2 apparently doesn't exist. Kind of like episode. There's 5 sheds number-wise, but there's only 4 in the list. There's Shed 1, 3, 4, and 5. There is no actual Shed 2.
Yeah. Well, I did get rid of 1 because there was no purpose for it. At least I had to have a purpose for
it. Excuse me. Yeah, so what I was doing with the straw and the hay and everything, I was using the forage wagon because I was prepping for livestock. And I ended up going with chickens, which you really don't need a lot of. But I think this time I'm going to try cattle or pigs. Probably pigs, because if Reaper joins, he's going to want to do cows. But there's a couple things about livestock that I want to test out too. Now Harley, she suggested she likes doing cows, so I can kind of defer to her advice on a lot of those things. All right, so the cultivator's done, sort of. I don't know why it didn't cultivate those little bits and bobs. Let's run that over. You do not have access to this field. That's fine. Helper H is blocked by an object.
Not mine.
Probably mine. We'll take care of Helper H in just a moment. Apparently there was a bump here. Right on the hairy edge of the map. Helper H has a nearly full green tank, 80%. Thought they were blocked by something. What was blocking Helper H? Well, we better find Helper H real quick, make sure they're not screwing something up. Do I have two Helper H's? No, just the one. I do have two Helper H's. Look at that.
That's funny.
That is. Alright, let's go unload Helper H, and then we'll go unload Helper H. Alrighty, that's one Helper H. Let's go unload the other Helper H. It was actually probably full by now and stopped. Sure enough. Doing field donuts. Alrighty. Get this one all emptied out. And I can go back to the other field and get that one starting to sow. And that'll probably be it for me tonight, guys. Let's make sure this truck is out of the way. It has been a very eventful stream. I appreciate all the new people that are stopping by tonight. Silent Extinction, it has been excellent talking with you in particular. You've been very, very entertaining in the chat there. Alright, let's go ahead and get in. That's the one right there. Hook up the sower. We'll plant some sunflower this time. We did corn last time. We'll plant some sunflowers. Ooh, wonder if I have enough room to get past. Nope, I do not. Edge of the map and all. In case you guys were wondering, the world apparently is in fact flat and square and paper thin on the side. So if you ever find trees that look just like the side of the map here, don't go any further. Either that or we're just on a floating plateau, which is also possible. Alright, we are going to go ahead and got the sowing action going on there. I'm going to hold off on Big Bud for a little bit. Yeah, man, I'm glad you got to get introduced to the Welkers map, and hopefully Welkers treats you well. I like this map, and it's definitely the type of thing that I enjoy. Alrighty. Well, like I said again, everybody, I appreciate you stopping by. And hopefully you hit that sub button and got the bell notification, and we will be on again in the very near future. Until next time, plow your own damn fields.